Hey everyone, it's been a hot second, has it not? I'm back though. I'm back. Everything's slightly different, but still the same. You did hear a Pepsi open. You can hear me coming in the distance when you hear the crack of the can. Welcome everyone. I know it's been a while since we last streamed. I've been on what do you call it? A sabbatical, getting my life back together. But we're back and we're streaming regularly. Thank you, Pad Sander.
One more month of not giving the bald man money.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone as well who subbed while we were on the intro. Oh my god.
I was having good time before I saw you again.
Thanks, Papa Joe. Thank you as well, Benji, as well. Not to start the not to start it again, but the alerts are doubled, right? just to establish the baseline that we've actually made zero progress on the alerts in like my week and a bit off. Just so I don't want anyone to have any delusions about that. Fuck's sake. They're actually fine. Oh, okay. I will not touch anything then. If they're just bad for, if they just double, because I get, if I get it doubled, but it's fine for you, that's fine for me. That's fine for me. Have I broken the chat box though? Oh no, we're back. We're back. I just refreshed it. Yeah, well, what I realized as well, because if I'm not mistaken, when we're on the intro screen and the music's playing, you can't hear the donation sounds because I've got the desktop audio muted, so you don't get it doubled. But I still hear the sounds. So what I'll quite often do is turn up the music because I'm enjoying the music. And then I'll get hit with a massive fucking sound because I cranked my volume all the way up.
Welcome say do to welcome say do to welcome say do to welcome say do to.
Oh, we're back. Thank you, Fitch. Thank you as well. I was reading out. Thank you. Loads of people actually subbed while we were on the intro screen. So thank you, Valerie. Thank you, Wolfman. Thank you, Juby. Thank you, Artemis. Thank you, Cubert. Actually, Artemis didn't sub. I just said her name for no reason. Fuck you, Artemis, in response, actually. Thank you, Cubert. Thank you, Cruzzy. Thank you, Ecliptic. Very much appreciate all the support. And I'm back. I'm back. Did I get invited to playtest? No. I'm uninvited and not invited. Yeah, so we'll just take it as. So the plan for this stream is, well, the plan for this series of streams, because I'm going to be streaming all week, and I'll probably do a series of streams next week as well. Basically just previewing all the Esports World Cup teams, because it's probably, like, if we're being honest, in terms of the teams attending, it's the biggest event of the year, right? In terms of just the number of teams for all the different regions, for money, all of this online. It's 100% the biggest event of the year, so we want to be previewing all the teams. Obviously, we're going to have limited information because there's going to be a new patch, scrims, all of this, right? So what we'll do is we'll look back historically and see if we can just make some assumptions. Am I going to Riyadh? Yes. I don't think I can say why yet. I don't think it's not officially announced, but I will be there in some form, some undisclosed form. How's your second? You know why? Fuck. I can tell you it's not official broadcast. It's not official broadcast. No. It's also not for terrorism. Okay? Unofficial broadcast. Am I the new DPS for Space Station? Yep. Psycho's fucking washed, and I'm gonna have to come and do his job for him. What can I say? What can he say, eh? An IRL uncoachable is not actually off the cards. In fact, it might even be on the cards. But there's a lot of things to figure out. We recorded Uncoachable last night, and in the Uncoachable last night, it was probably a pretty straight episode in terms of we just talked a lot about the Esports World Cup format and the rules and the bans and all of this. So it's very much like a bit of an Overwatch nerd focused one. But no, not a gay episode. Yeah, as opposed to our normal vibe, it was actually straight as in focused on Overwatch. All right, come on. But in that Uncoachable, there was actually two special announcements. I won't reveal. This will be a classic announcement of an announcement. But there's exciting stuff coming. As long as we can make it all work. Obviously, you got to bear in mind. Whoa! Thank you, TLZO.
506.
506. Are we just listing our favorite numbers? Wait, that one was doubled? Are we sure? Uncoachable OnlyFans? No, not an OnlyFans. When does the episode drop? Only the first bit. So the sound was doubled, but not the 506 bit. Is that right? Okay. I mean, that's not the end of the world. It's not optimal, but we can work with that. Hey, I won't be going to the Euros finals. No. You think the bet is rush or dive? I don't know. So we kind of have to figure this out a little bit, because what I want to do on this stream, like, if I can draw you the plan for the week. So what I want to do today, can I write it in yellow? Maybe yellow's better. Is we're going to rank all the players today. We rank all the players, and then throughout the week, I'm going to look back at a lot of historical games. I want to look at how good these teams really were, because I feel like there's a lot of stuff. Thank you, Quide. Remember that Alfie is S+. Oh, remember? Sorry. I'll read it out properly. But yeah, I want to rank all the players just in terms of what we expect, because we have to do a little bit of thinking in terms of what we expect the meta to be. But it's really hard to read the meta because we don't even know what the patch is later. We don't know how it's going to work out. And we've got to factor in hero bans as well, right? So there's a lot of stuff to factor in. So we'll sort of talk about it when we get to the actual ranking themselves. But that's what I want to do today, just to give us a baseline. And then I want to delve into the archives and look at some of these teams, you know, because lots of people are like, Fnatic are so good, right? Fnatic are so good. They took all these maps of Crazy Raccoon. But so I want to go revisit it and just fact check. Fact check if my memory of it is right. Because I think Fnatic may be a bit overblown, right? Maybe a bit, they had their week in the sun. And they won't be able to necessarily maintain that entire standard. Is it a tier list or a straight 1 to 100 list? A tier list, and we're going to break it up by role as well. I can show you what we're working with here. Peregrine as well. But yeah, the tree, if anyone is on the Discord and has been growing the tree, you'll know that we've hit under 1k. We're in the top 1k in the world right now, which is actually a pretty massive achievement with how many people have a crack at this. So we've done pretty well. You want a petite little tree? The tree is currently over 9,000 feet tall. This is anything but small. Anything but small. It's actually egregiously big, if anything. Here's tree little. So, let me show you what we're working with then, because this is where we're going to start. And what I want to say about this as well is we're going to rank the players now, but also when we go back through like the archives, these rankings might change, right? We might go, it wasn't as bad as I remember or something, or actually this guy was way better than I remember. Because I think while I've watched a lot of Overwatch this year, I've only watched most of the Overwatch I've watched has just been through the clean feed one time, which I think is, I mean, it's a fine way. It's how most people watch Overwatch, but it's not the most, what's the word? Rugged? It's not the most comprehensive way to get like the exact idea of what's going on or how well people are playing. So let me get some natural light on the game. Comprehensive, yeah, you know. I think it's easy, especially when like, I think it's very easy to get a bad read on a situation. Like the number of times we would watch a London game and we'd be watching it live. I'll come back to this in a second. But we'd be watching a London game, we'd be watching it live, we'd be stuck on player POV, right? Because that's the limitation when you're spectating as a coach, you can only spectate your own team. We'd watch it and we'd just be like, fuck, this was the problem on King's Row. Yeah, it's 100% of the problem on King's Row. And then we'd go and watch the replays afterwards. I'd go through sort of fight by fight and just be like, where the fuck, what went wrong, what went wrong, what went wrong, what went wrong. And quite often I'd come with a completely different conclusion than we felt in the moment. And as such, that always gives me a level of hesitancy of like, what we see isn't always necessarily the whole picture. Just because it's really hard to get the whole picture. Really hard to get the whole picture. You watch 50% of the games from Lucio POV? You're going to have to be our Lucio expert then, Crozzy. So yeah, so that's what I want to do. But I want to start, because one, ranking everyone is fine. But I've also, what I've done is, I presume a lot of people might have seen all the ranking stuff on Reddit. You know, somebody made that you could do it as like a poll or like a quiz, for lack of a better word, and it collected all the results to see what people's averages were. So that's been sort of like a hot button topic at the moment. So I thought I'd do my own version, and as such, I'm gonna do my version. Obviously, because it's me. We're not just gonna do the version that was on what's that site called? The tier list site, tierlist.com. We're gonna use a spreadsheet. Hi, Aaron. So when are we getting the live quiz? It might be sooner than you think, honestly. Might be sooner than you think. So if you're looking at this, it maybe doesn't make immediate sense, but the way it works is if I take, say, the list of all the tanks, and let's say I just put them here at the moment, right? You can see at the moment they're all in the same tier, essentially, right? Because they're all together. But if I start maybe moving some of these people and leaving a gap, you can see it starts to break them into tiers, right? So we have the first tier, the second tier, the third tier, the fourth tier, and so on. And we're using numbers instead of letters because one, numbers are better, but what that also allows us to do is it allows these tables to auto-generate where we can get the averages and the peak, right? So, for example, if you have a tier 1 tank, a tier 1 hit scan, a tier 2 flex DPS, and then maybe a tier 3 flex, and you got a shit backline, you only got a tier 3 backline, your average overall would be like a 2, right? You'd an average tier 2 team on balance. And then what this also does is it ranks all the teams based on roster strength. So we have this for peak, and we also have average, right? The average one is not as useful. But I think this would be an interesting idea to actually then sort of iron out who we actually think is indeed the best team on paper in a slightly more scientific way than otherwise. So I guess I was going to say, does anyone have any questions? Does anyone have any questions? Or should we just crack on? Because there's actually, obviously, there's quite a lot. It's going to take a deceptively long amount of time, I think. Thank you, Vishna. Let's do some crack. Loaded at the bottom. Let's just start doing crack. Come on, we are currently 30 minutes into the stream. We can't already be on doing crack. Hi, Vish. There's no crack, everyone. Come on. Connor Hicks is 10 out of 10. Yeah, I like Kelsey. I don't know if he makes S tier. Do we have a role we want to start with? Tank. Flex support. Start with the crackheads. Tank. People seem kind of tank pilled. Alright. So, what we have to also factor in, and this is actually going to be particularly true on tank, it's a little bit easier on some roles like hit scan and stuff. I think, because there's like a lot... In hit scan, everyone kind of just plays all the hit scans, right? Whereas... on tank, there's way more variety in what type of tank you are. So... what we need to sort of establish is a set of principles, right? In terms of how do we separate a player from, like, say someone like Junbin, who's quite good at playing all of the roles, right? Can plays a lot of dive tanks, also done very well on Malga and all of this. And how do we compare someone like that to somebody like Vestala, who has an incredibly high peak on one hero, but then a much lower peak on a lot of the other heroes. So, yeah, TVNT's on. He's on Twisted Minds. I don't know I actually know any of the gossip about Kellen. Obviously, like, the entire Twisted Minds roster just seems to be a bit of a revolving door right now. So we've got like no stability. People don't seem to be able to stay in that team for very long. Obviously, changes in the backline as well. So I don't really know if this version of the roster is actually better. But yeah, I think Tomo's principle is right, because that the flexibility outranks peak on a single hero if you're great on most heroes. Because I think you also have to bear in mind there's this is a hero ban setup as well, right? So automatically, even though you can change the roster after hero bans, it's there's still a limitation, right? We're going to see, because the meta won't be as fixed. Yeah, hero bans are confirmed. I don't think anyone's actually written it in public yet, but 100% is happening. 100% is happening, and I think the rule set's locked in. And we'll have all the details for you on Uncoachable later this week. So even though you can obviously choose which roster you want to play, there is a bit of there's like, how do I say this? There's two versions of things, right? So like, say you are Zeta Division, right? And somebody bans Winston against you, right? So Zeta Division are FTG, they're the team with Fearless and Banar, right? So they ban Winston. So what you're going to do is probably not put Fearless in your starting lineup and put maybe Banar in instead and play a slightly different comp that plays to Banar's strengths and those heroes. Right? That would seem to make sense. But then that means, even though Fearless might be counted as an unflexible player, because he can really only play maybe Winston and Doomfist, is he ever going to have to play not those heroes realistically? If you see what I mean? Because there's two tanks on that team, how much of Fearless's flexibility is actually going to be an issue for them? But you compare that to someone like TVNT, for example, who is the sole tank on Twisted Minds, who has pretty similar limitation on hero pool. But he has to play all the maps, right? They don't have a choice. He has to play all the maps, so in theory, his limitation hero pool is going to be more devastating or more of an issue than it will be for someone like Fearless. So I think we'll kind of we'll do it on like a case-by-case example, because I think there's a lot of like variations, but because the same's true, like, because the obvious one I think as well on like DPS when we get to it is Backbone, right? Because on the heroes that Backbone's going to play, he probably is the best in the world, right? In terms of Mei and Sim, the heroes he's going to play the most, I think he has to be at least in like the top tier contender, right? But other flex DPS are going to be put in a role where they can play everything. So we'll kind of do it as we come. Some will be easier to figure out than others. That's true, actually, Criminal Annihilation. So like if you ban particularly for one player, it does free up other picks as well. Backbone best Yapper. He's also the best balloons player. Yeah, I saw he was racking up the balloons points. So I think the easiest way to get started is to just get started, and we can run into everything as we deal with it. I think some of the ideas we want to go with is there should be some level of exception for specialist players who are only going to do a certain role, but in general, flexibility is better, right? If you are top tier on 3 heroes or more, it's better than only being top tier on 1 or 2 heroes. Hey, Light. What is this?
What is this?
Power rankings, essentially. Power rankings. So if we start putting some names in, because I think some of these ones are easy, right? Some of these ones are easy in that the fact that Jumpin is in the top tier, right? I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that. I think as well, someone's actually going to be in the same tier. That one is maybe more controversial since he probably had a pretty weak Dallas performance. But I still think he's up there, right? In terms of he can play all the heroes. Mauga definitely seems to be a weak point, right? But does one hero being a weak point actually mean that he is down an entire tier? Does it really stop him being top tier? And also, you got to bear in mind, Mauga's been meta since Dallas as well. Do you not think he's going to also have got better at the hero, right? If there is someone who has proven they can learn new heroes and they can be good on a wide variety of like different skill sets, it probably is someone, right? So the word on the street as well is they're doing a lot better in the scrims on the Mauga comp and stuff as well. They can also nerf Mauga today, right? All of a sudden that could also be true. Ask Reiner in Summer Showdown. Is it a tier list? Well, I'm thinking mostly because what I want this tier list to be is not like a greatest of all time or like based on their entire career or anything. I want this to be right now going into the Esports World Cup. Like, so form is important as well, right? So someone like, who's a good example of someone who's maybe not in like as good form? Maybe someone like Kai or something, right? Where obviously had a great career, everyone knows how talented he is, but he's not really been in top form lately, right? So I would move him down on that basis. I still think overall player Hutchie because we don't know what the meta is going to be, right? Because there's no point ranking him on the meta we've seen most recently because there's a patch today. So we're gonna have to sort of try and include all the heroes and stuff, just because we don't know which ones are going to be relevant. Who do you take in order if you had to choice in a draft? Yeah, something like that. So, because I think these ones are, honestly, I still think Jump In and Someone are the easy ones, just because they can kind of do everything, right? Maybe minus a Mauga, right? We can take a Mauga off, but they can actually do everything. But I think where it gets complicated is how do you then start to stack up some of these players like the Dong Haks and the Gushways and the Fearlesses? You know, like, because on Winston, I actually think most of these Winstons, Gushway, Dong Hak, and Fearless. Fearless is a bit of a weird one, obviously, and the problem with ignore Fearless and Gushway for a second because they've not played in a hot minute, right? They've been like off the grid. But someone like Dong Hak, I think, is a better Winston than someone, and probably a better Winston than Jumbin as well. But how do we rank that up? Because Burner, yeah, to be fair, actually, one thing I will agree with, and this will keep Jubyhawk happy, is I actually think Burner is S tier. I think the only reason people aren't thinking about Burner in the same way as someone like Jumbin or something is because he didn't make Dallas, right? So we've not seen. When was the last time Burner played an official? Like a month or two ago? Month and a half ago? But I think he looked incredible on all the heroes he played. He looked really good on Doomfist. The only hero he looked bad on was Winston. And in a similar way, like someone looked weak on Mauga, Burner looks weak on Winston. Actually, you know, if you have one hero you're not that good on, or one or two heroes, but you can play the rest of the pool to a very high level, I think that's really okay, you know? And then I think I'm not sure if I actually want to put anyone else in this tier. Because also, the top tier should be kind of exclusive, right? You can't just put anyone who's good into this tier. I think it has to be the top of the top, right? Smurf? I think Smurf's the closest one, but I feel like Smurf's been weaker than, like, was there a hero that Smurf did better on Jumbin on? I feel like Smurf's had, yeah, like a pretty underwhelming year. I don't think he was better on Mauga. I think Falcons were better at the Mauga comp, but I don't think it was because of Smurf. You think Smurf's the best Winston on this list? I think Smurf is like, he's probably the closest to the next tier up, but he's not in that tier. I think like Smurf last year, maybe, or maybe even the year before, but Smurf this year so far, not right now. Yeah, because I think as well, also, if we reserve the top tier for like the big dogs can do almost everything at like a top level, then this also then leaves space for like more of a specialist, right? Looking at LGD hurts your eyes color-wise. We can change the colors if you want. These were just I did the like, you know, you do the color picker thing and you sample it. I should say as well, with the tiers, they just see them as groups, not as not in order. It's just like these players are at the top. If we try and sort everyone into order, we'll literally be here forever. You want to change it to pink? You think that'll be easier? Yeah, we can. Give me a sec to do that. Where is it? What was their secondary color? Like, are they just using the spark colors essentially? Pink and light blue. Like, kind of like that pink. And then like that. Is that easier to read now? You see Gooshway's name there. That's good. You want to change loaded as well? I mean, we can change loaded, but that's Florida Spink, not Spark Pink. If you send me, honestly, if you send me the hex code, I'll put in the exact code. Yeah, I think Gushui. I think I'm actually really tempted to put Gushui and to put Donghack in here as well. I think probably Fearless as well. Thank you, Winston Warlord.
Gukshu is the best player in the world.
So the problem with Fearless is there should be. Wait, what's this? Sorry for bothering you. I want to offer you promotion on your channel, but price is lower than any competitor. Okay, yeah. Should we get some ViewBot going? For a second, I thought these were replay codes, Vish. I was like, oh, you got the replay codes? Someone look up this replay code, will you? There we go. I feel like that might actually be harder to read. Plug in these codes and see what silver match I watch. You think white text? Yeah, I feel like even though it's the white text is maybe just easier to read, right? Yeah, like Gooshway's name seems pretty readable to me now. Hopefully it feels the same. Stick with the white, yeah. I mean, but it's more important it's readable than it is canonically. Do you think Gooshway has a Malga? So this is an interesting thing, right? Because we talk about flexibility, right? And I think there's a real argument that Gooshway very much sits in the category of absolutely S tier at Winston, S tier at Doomfist, undoubtedly, right? Undoubtedly. But is he good? Have we seen him be good at anything else? The answer's probably no, I think. But does it matter? Because are they going to play the other comps? Yes, because hero bans. Would he just go between the two, though? I mean, it is a limitation. It is a limitation. But you have to bear in mind with the hero bans, you can only ban it once per series, right? So if we're playing a best of 5, you can stop Gooshway playing Winston, but only for a little bit. Only for a little bit. Just ban Anna, but then you just go Kiri Lucio, no? I mean, it's harder, right? There is like multiple ways to go around it, but... No, bans are for maps, Strict. Just for maps. So if you ban Winston from Gooseway, that's fine. But he can then play it for the other 4 maps. Hey, Andra. Yeah, so I think I agree. Like, dive is quite hard to ban around. You have to be quite... I think what we talk about this a lot on Uncoachable, so I won't, like, rehash all the stuff we talked about there, because obviously we did an entire podcast about it, really. But the complexity and the strategical depth it adds in terms of banning and how to ban and when to ban certain things and what maps to ban certain things on, I think is actually massive. Actually massive. Yeah, I think I'd agree as well. I think there's a real argument. I think Haddy is probably in this tier. And I think probably the only problem I have with Fearless is and it's kind of true with Gooshway as well, right? It's when was the last time we saw them fucking play? Right? How much of, like, because how are they still as good? Probably, right? Right? Probably. World Cup? Yeah, unironically, right? I think Hanbin is. I think Hanbin we just haven't got to yet. Where is he? Here he is. He's down here because he was a secondary tank. Because I think Hanbin has all the same things of like... On certain heroes, Hanbin is S tier, right? There's quite a few of the off-tank heroes. He's absolutely S tier on. But he hits the same problem, whereas like he doesn't have the sort of the more complete hero pool, I think, of these three people in the top. He's a Sig Zarya 2-trick. What if D.Va's meta now? Yeah, Diva's incredible. He's got the best queen in the world. Like, Hanbin's queen is the best in the world, I reckon. Nah, no way. Hanbin's the GOAT. Like, not the GOAT, that's hyperbole. But he's actually so good. He's so good. I think he's just not got the complete hero pool. I think the reason people aren't as high on Hanbin is just because it's not been a meta for him recently. I think some of the true is maybe saying the true is same for Bernard as well. Queen meta incoming. If it's Queen meta again, if it's Queen meta or Zarya meta, it's actually over for everyone else. It's impossible. It's impossible. I actually think this is maybe going to be the first hot take, I guess. But I don't think Max has done anything that impressive. Like, I know it's hard because obviously Max has been successful, right? I don't think anyone can argue that he's been he's had a very successful year, right? And to be fair, he looks okay when he comes in. He looks okay, but should you only look okay if you're on the best team in the world? Yeah, I think you're right, midfielder. Like, I think the Queen and Zarya especially, Hanbin is almost in a league of his own. The problem is there's certain heroes that are just... Even though we're going to get a new patch, and again, it might change things, we don't know, right? But the problem with being really good at Zarya is when was the last time Zarya was meta? You know? Like, Hanbin is honestly unbelievable at it. But when's he going to get the chance to do it? Season 5, Stage 4? Was it? No way. Dallas played... I mean, Dallas did, but they also gave up on it because it couldn't work, right? Like, because we scrimmed Dallas and they played the Zarya stuff, and once again, Hanbin was unbelievable. But then they had to give up on the comp because it didn't work. It couldn't win. Max and Vess. Oh yeah, that's the point. I've actually forgotten about Vestala. So I've forgotten about all the tanks down here. Does Vess go here or does Vess go a tier above? Because here's one for you. So the same way you feel about Dong Hack or Gooshway or Fearless Winston, is that not the same way you feel about Vestala Sigma? Right, in terms of his ability on that hero? I guess what's the argument that it's more useful to have Nat level on Winston than it is to have Nat level on...
No leaks then, GG.
Did the voice come across really sarcastic to you then? He came across so passive-aggressive. No leaks then, GG. Fuck me. What have we done to you, Brian? Jesus Christ. um. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you said to Brian Mapine though, but it clearly riled him up. But okay, so I guess there's probably like a few. The problem I think I have with this is I actually think he's Sigma is genuinely probably the best in the world. But I think even on a lot of the other ground tanks like Ram and Malga, I think he's not like I think he's worse than Hadi on both those heroes. I think for me with this, I think it's really only Sigma. Compared to say someone like Hadi, because Hadi is a player who maybe also has like, you know, probably the best Reinhardt, but maybe not the most useful hero to have the best in the world. But he's also pretty decent at all the other heroes, right? Like I don't think there's necessarily a hero Hadi's bad at. Trying to think. I mean, maybe like a Diva or Rosario, right? But like low, because there is a hierarchy in the heroes as well, right? Like it's more important to have like a good like Winston, Ram, Malga at the moment than it is to have like a good Diva or Zarya. Yeah, like Gushui and Donghak both are like Winston Doom players, right? They have like a couple of heroes on lock. Yeah, well, it's the same reason I think like I don't rate Hanbin as highly as I feel like I normally would. But I don't know if it's just because the meta's been shit for off tanks for quite a while. Oh yeah, Donghak does have a ball in him as well. Yeah, I think the problem is if you tell me someone has a good Zarya or a good Diva, I don't think it matters. Like it doesn't have any is having a good Diva or Zarya going to help them at the Esports World Cup? I mean, maybe the patch changes all of this, blah blah blah. But I don't know. I don't know. What do the numbers mean? So just like tier breaks. So just like first tier. The reason we're using numbers is just because what it then doesn't feed into the average, right? So once we do all of them, what we'll get is we'll fill this entire grid out, and then we'll get the average ranking for an entire team across all roles, you know? Because what you want to do when you think about the power level of teams is you want to think about, because it's one thing if you have a really good flex DPS player, great. But if everyone has a really good flex DPS player, it's not as valuable, right? But if you have a S tier Lucio or an S tier main support and nobody else does, it's a huge advantage, right? Compared to like, oh, I've got a hit scan, he hits all the shots. It's like, well, so does everyone. It's not necessarily a difference maker in the same way. So this is hopefully gives a bit of an idea of that. I know, I'm sort of tempted to move this up, you know.
Have to sub so I stop getting the Surmaged International Airport out.
Wait, is it is everyone else get that as well? Every ad break I have on Twitch is Esports World Cup without fail. Every ad break. It's not. There's other ads as well, but there's always at least one the Esports World Cup ad once. Yeah, so there's two Juby. There's this one at the top is just peak, right? This one below it is the average. So you can see how Crazy Raccoons here they've got their peak at 1, but here their average is at 2, right? So their depth doesn't quite go as far. You always get hair curlers. I've actually never received. Oh wait, no, I do get the hair curler ad. It's fair to say it's not worked on me. I've not bought it. Can you continue the list? Yeah. So, I know, I'm really tempted to move Vestler up. Am I? Who makes my Excel sheets? I do. Yeah, you're right, Vish. Let's crack on. I think there's a real like case to move Vesta up, honestly. A real case to move Vesta up. But let's leave him here for now. I think maybe there is then a tier break. I don't know. I really like Chase, but he's not convinced me, right? I don't think he's convinced me yet. And then I think this probably becomes like a pretty crowded category. Like Rajaro's probably in here as well, honestly.
Meow.
Thanks, Zap. Appreciate it. Is Chase at the Esports World Cup? I think the answer to that is no, which maybe also makes us a bit irrelevant. Yeah, I don't think he can go. I might just be spreading misinformation. It wouldn't be the first time, but I don't think he can go. Oh, wait, we've already ranked Vestler, haven't we? Then I think, is it just for rest of Europe in this tier? For sure, right? So, the caveat with Kaluj. I think Kaluj probably is in this tier, right? But also, the word on the street is, Kaluj isn't scrimming. So it's really possible Kaluj just eats... You know you were saying about, like, Hero Pool? Kaluj, he's only going to play Sigma, right? Right? He's only going to play Sigma, so he might even be a tier below, honestly. Yeah, like, I think there's no doubt that Kaluj is a good player, right? I think he's proven that in his seasons at Shock and his performances at Sigma, both for Shock and for Toronto and all of this. He's proven that. But that's also not true now. Remember, what we're doing is ranking how good I think he'll be at the Esports World Cup. I think he's he's still gonna be good at Sig, right? He's not bad. I think even if Kaluj was scrimming regularly and everything was all good in the hood, as they say, I think Vestler is still better than Kaluj. I think Vestler's peak on Sig is higher than Kaluj's peak on Sig. So I think Vestler would be above Kaluj regardless. I think Infected is I don't know. I really like Infected. Am I just going to be anti-NA pilled? So racist. I mean, they're probably in the same tier, right? Realistically, this is probably just quite a big tier of just like, they're all okay. They have slightly different strengths and weaknesses. You think Infect is on the level with Rajaro? Yeah, probably. There's all of these tanks as well. If we look at this list, like in this group here, in this tier 4, all of exclude Kaluj, right? But everyone here is pretty unproven, right? In terms of like top level. Guys, we're not doing it. It's just, think of it as a block. Don't look at the order. It's just a block, you know? The order in it isn't necessarily indicative of anything. Yeah, tiers aren't ordered. Yeah, I mean, Punk, I've forgotten about Punk, but he's probably, even though he's not fucking, he's in the Kaluj, not playing camp, but he's probably okay. Yeah, because Punk and Kaluj have proven they're good players. But I don't think they're playing the game right now. Right? I think Punk will rock up, he'll turn it on, he'll be okay, right? I don't think it's like we were talking about this a bit uncoachable, but it's not impossible that they maybe even steal some things off Twister's minds. Why are we ignoring Urzo? Punk is 0. Nah, Punk's a lot of time for Punk. A lot of time for Punk. Then I think, honestly, it's probably then Clear. And then is it Brazil? Apologies to any South American viewers. All of Brazil. To be fair, this bottom end of the tier list, I'm not too worried about, right? I think the big questions are these blocks, right? I think this is where there's room for movement. Canny is better than Neil? I'll take your word for it. I deleted attack earlier by accident. Oh, good shout, Instinct. Oh, yeah. I don't know what to do with attack, actually. You think TV... I don't think TVNT's proved himself. Like, I think anyone who's watched me stream for a while probably knows I'm pretty, like, on the TVNT train, right? But he's not proven it yet. I think he's got, like... He's in a really high talent. I think all of these tanks, like... Tread, TVNT, Rajaro, Infected, and even Chase as well, have all shown big potential. At least on some heroes, but they haven't done it very consistently. You know, like, have any of these players in this tier 4 list, excluding the ones who don't play the game anymore, have any of them actually proven anything on, like, on a particularly high level? Oh yeah, Chase probably isn't going to Saudi from what I understand. Tread was the best in the West, no. Might be a hard question, but if you were to put KSA in here, I mean, KSA probably is actually closer to, like... He's at least 3, maybe higher. Infected did win the J3 tourney. Yeah, I actually didn't factor that in. Maybe we'll VOD review the J3 tourney. World Cup winner being at 3? Who's the World Cup winner at 3? How is Rajaro so high? Rare Rajaro hate. You don't think he's in that tier? Oh, I said 3 or 2 for KSA, you mean? Yeah, I mean, I think KSA is better than Vess. Maybe not at Sigma, but hero pool wise, yeah. But I think they run into the same problems in terms of flexibility. Yeah, I am going to rank attack. The problem with attack is I actually don't think I've seen him play, right? So anything I say is just a guess. It's honestly a completely uninformed opinion. 6? He's in the Brazil tier? He's 4? Everyone seems to reckon he's in 4, right? So let's if I put him here and then do that, do that, do that. Okay. Yeah, I still don't feel good. This tier 4 feels really big, right? Like tier 3 feels like, I don't know, is it something like yeah, attack was on O2 Blast or something, but I've never really seen him play. Get Raj and Chase in 3. I feel like all of these tanks have, like, way more to prove. Again, it's like a combination of people with something to prove and then some old men. Is Donghack really 2 in hero bands? Yeah. I think, like, delete tier 3. Yeah, is there an argument that, like, if I just did this... I have to move all of this up again, hold on. If I just did this... Does that feel more reasonable? Both of these feel like too big, right? I can't use Control X, Cruzzy, because then it fucks with the formulas. This isn't the first time. I made one of these for all of the Overwatch League seasons as well. This is my first rodeo, pal. I don't think Handman has been dog shit. I think it's been a bad meta for him. Okay, I think this is what I want to do, actually. I think... Hold on. Give me my pen. I'm actually going to go drastic. Hold on. Did I move all of it? I moved all of it. Okay, right. So, Smurf stays. Donghack, I actually think he's been fucking incredible this year. Donghack stays. Haddy stays. Can do everything. I think Vessler stays. Or maybe Vessler doesn't stay. Wait. And then, hold on, let me just... Okay. I've not deleted anyone by accident, right? What about this? And I think, so the argument with Goucheway and Fearless is they've not fucking played, right? And I'm like, they've probably got the ability to jump up really quickly. I think that's absolutely fair, right? I think if I see a couple of maps from Fearless and Goucheway in the group stage, and I'm just like, oh, they've still fucking got it, right? They've not missed a beat. 100% they go straight back up, right? They go straight back up. No qualms. But they still have to prove it, I think. I think they have to prove it. Get Max out of that tier, you think? You think Max goes down? Yeah, 4 still feels too big. Let's come back to 4, because the nature of these things... So, everyone remember we're going to come back to 4, right? Yeah, I think if anyone... I think you are right, Juby. If anyone drops out, it probably is Hanbin to move down. But, not Hanbin. Max, I mean. And this tier 4 feels too big. But we've been on tanks for a while. So I think we should hit another role. And we'll come back to this. We'll, like, review ourselves, right? Make an own tier for Tread. The Treadhead tier. All right. Wait, Juby, are you still here? Juby Artemis, someone of responsibility. Can you guys do polls? Or do I have to do polls? We can't. I have to do polls. Well, I want to do like a... I can do it. For what role we do next. Because I'm going to go grab a drink. And we can all vote on what role next. So, got Flex DPS, Hit Scan, Flex Support, and Main Support. 3 minutes. All right, I'm going to go grab a drink. And you guys pick what we do next. I'll put these here. You can't... Surely I can do this in a way where you can all see it properly. Maybe not. You can figure it out. That'll do. That'll do. It's not perfect. It's actually really far from perfect. But it'll do. I'm back. Ooh. What are we saying then? Hit scan? Vote main support or people can start getting banned? It seems like an exploitation of power here, GB. GB. Main support's that. How is main support winning? You guys are just addicted to main support. That's what you want. You just burned 8k. What did you vote for, player? How are you mixing up me and Juby? You know how some people say they don't see race? I don't see people. I don't see anything. I don't see faces. Everyone just blurs into one homogenous person for me. You don't want to be banned, so you vote in main support. Thinks all women are the same. There's all people. All people. Main support. I love your hair. Thanks, Braven. Lucio mains, let's go. Fucks up. Someone spent, you spent 24k points? Can we get a breakdown on this? How can I vote breakdown? So let's see, flex DPS, not a whole lot spent on flex DPS. No interest in flex DPS, really. This is for flex support. Player spent 3k. But this is where the real money was spent. So hit scan. Tielzo spent 26k. IDKU 12k. Wait, Zodial spent 3k? You'll find out soon enough, Zodial. And then who spent on main support? Everyone spent money on fucking main support. God damn. This is for real marketplace.
Marketplace is X polls.
Thank you, Sager. Only here for a hit scan tier list? Fuck. What if you come bottom though, Zodial? What if you come bottom? Are you prepared for that potential outcome? Alright. Main supports. Alright, I need a bit more space, actually. You lose a tier for every 1k spent. So, alright. What's interesting, what I think we have to factor in more here is main support, I think, is going to be one of the roles maybe most harshly affected by bans. Because is there a single team that has multiple main supports? I think not, no. So, is Garner really main support? Yeah, I mean, he's gonna be playing the role. He's gonna be playing Lucio for them. So I think we should rank him. But I think one thing that is important for all these Lucio players is if you have a non-Lucio hero in your pool, it's actually a really big advantage in some of these ones. You believe in the color hex main support? Yeah, I think this one is actually quite easy at the top. I think he's got the best hero pool. He's been in the best form. He's been performing the best consistently. I think it's Charong. And then this is where I might lose some people here. There's then actually a tier break before Chio. And then I actually think Astro makes this tier as well. I don't know if people are going to be on board with that, but I actually think Astro makes this tier. The kitchen is getting hot. Astro says yes. Honestly, Astro. And actually, I was thinking I would put Violet a tier below. But does Violet get the biggest buff from hero bans? I think he's up there, right? I think, yeah. Like, I think originally, if this was like if this was a Lucio tier list, I think there's a gap here. If this is a main support tier list with bans in mind and all of this, I think Violet gets the buff up. Carla gets the biggest buff if they ban Lucio. Surely no one's banning Lucio against you, Sauna. What maniac bans Lucio against Virtus Pro? Come on. Zaisa would? Yeah, maybe. Alright. So then... Nobody outside of EU knows about Virtus Pro. They will know. They'll learn. They'll learn. They'll get hit with the fucking their 8th captive son in 2 minutes by Gala, and then they'll learn about Virtus Pro. Astro lower, no Brig. I think Astro's Brig's fine. They will scream knowing they don't play Lucio and ban it for sure. Who is playing Ents? Yeah, I don't know if this is... Maybe this is a leak. Hold on. Got a DM. Is there anything good? No. Yeah, I think this is known, though. This is known. I don't think I am leaking this. I think this is public. Sky is not going to be playing Lucio for him. Yeah, Chris already leaked it. Yeah, like, I don't think this isn't known at all. Like, Rack is going to be playing for Ents. People keep saying, what about Sky and Lucio? But of course he's not. No offense to Sky and his Lucio. I've seen Sky roll out on Lucio. Sky's rollouts, pretty good on Lucio, honestly. But he's not going to be playing Lucio at the Esports World Cup. Yeah, Shock is actually just... If you need people to do anything for you, go call up Shock. You could get him to ring tank for you, ring main support for you. You could probably get him to do your taxes or something. Like, what's PG going to be doing during the Esports World Cup? Get him to sort your fucking taxes out. They've got time. Is Lumi not your Lucio player? Zis, you're going to have to inform me here, because no disrespect to the smaller regions, I actually don't know anything. I've sort of just presumed a lot of them aren't very good. What's the breakdown, Zis? If you can correct me, I will correct it. Is it the other way round? Or... Lumi is tank on Lucio. Thank you, Jack. We got switch-ups. What does that even mean? You trying to spread misdirection so people don't know who your Lucio player is going to be? I don't really understand what the long-term plan is for that one, but we'll see it. We'll see it. He role swapped like a year ago. Oh, okay. As in from tank to Lucio? Yeah, well, that's a great way to secure yourself at the bottom of the list. So, all right. Then I think this is gonna... I don't know if this will surprise people. Actually, Lee Jae Gong's got to be next, right? Like, I think as much as he's had, like, a bad year, He's had a bad year. He is still good, right? He still has potential to be good. I think he was good last year in Overwatch League. He's on presumably a better team now. VJ Gong. Yeah, I still think he's good. I think he's good. Lee Jae Gong's Brig was incredible. I think Lee Jae Gong literally won the Overwatch League on Brig, no? I think Lee Jae Gong's Brig is top tier. He's had a bad... The thing dragging Lee Jae Gong down is he's had a very bad year so far. Right? So current form has to rank him down. Thought this was a current tier list? Yeah, this is a current tier list. And that's why he's third. And then I actually think FD God makes the list, right? I think FD God has been really good this year. No way. I think he's been good this year. I actually think, and to be fair, one thing, if you missed the start of the stream, one thing we said we were going to do at the start of the stream is we're going to do the ranking of the players today, and then and then throughout this week and next week, you're going to be looking back at a lot of VODs and maybe fact-checking a lot of our opinions and seeing if we had the right read or the wrong read, or if we overvalued or undervalued something, you know? So yeah, I think FD God's actually been really solid all the way throughout the year. I mean, sure, he got spawn camped by SSG, right? But the whole team got fucking spawn camped, so I don't think you can really read too much into individual performance there. When Weaver is hard meta. He is a Lucio OTP, yeah. But once we get to this point in the list, is everyone not kind of an OTP? Minus Gala, really? Yeah, like Gala's the exception for sure, right? But who else? Hey BP, it's going alright. Gala has the reverse issue. Yeah, I think you're right. Oh yeah, Vega, you're true. Vega doesn't have this at all. Wait, did I delete? Oh no, he is on the list. Okay. You think FD is lower? I mean, we can always revisit it, right? But let's like... okay, so... I think Vega's in this tier as well. I know that'll upset some people. But I'm not that high on Bliss. I wasn't convinced by his performances at all this year. I'm not sure where all the Bliss hype is coming from. Is it possible teams won't ban Lucio at all? I mean, it'll vary a lot, I think, depending on the matchup and depending on the maps, you know, where teams think they have the advantage. But I think Lucio will be a pretty common ban, especially against certain teams. I think a lot of the EMEA teams... You can't time me out, Dinosaur Gola. You think Bliss is better than Vega? I'm not buying it, actually. Vega is not better than Bliss? I'm not buying it. Not buying it. I don't know, like, honestly, every time I've watched Bliss, I feel like he's just run it down. We watched all of those Korea games, right? Admittedly, only once through, only from the Observer, but every time I felt like, fuck me, my boy Bliss has gone in there. He is in there. And not in a good way. In there as in, why the fuck is this guy allowed to have the game? You know, like, I thought he was a big problem for his team. You think Bliss would do well on TM? Not really. I don't know. I mean, the TM might just the TM situation just seems like a big mess again, right? Like another change of players, another new tank, another new main support. Yeah, I think they're worse, especially like in a ban meta. I think they're worse than they were with Kellum. I mean, I think TVNT is good, but TVNT, what they've done by replacing Kellum with TVNT is they've taken, like, Kellum's actually a pretty flexible tank. He's okay at quite a lot of things. I think he can, Kellum's a really good tank to have in a hero ban meta. TVNT is a much more exploitable person. So it's like a bad time to have that. Wait, where is Crispy? He's gone. He's gone. Crispy might play for Ensto. I'm pretty sure it's Rack. Maybe my information's outdated, but you know, yeah. New EXO signing? Yeah, guys, it's actually the new X Oblivion. The new X Oblivion roster is Kellen, Crispy, KSA, and some DPS players. Is it Crispy better than Rack? I think Rack's had a pretty decent year. Yeah, Massa said he's not going to go to the Esports World Cup. He's not going to participate. So fair play to Massa. A lot of respect for sacrificing all the financial reward that would come with competing at this tournament. So a lot of respect for Massa for doing that. But because of the nature of that, I think it meant that Ents knew very far ahead of time that this would be the situation. So as soon as NRG were confirmed not to go, I think it all happened pretty quickly in terms of sorting out a replacement. Whereas I think the TM transfers, timeline-wise, happened later than the Ents ones. If that makes sense. I think X is being paid to inflate the tiers of Toronto on tier. An unsponsored opinion. Unsponsored opinion. Yeah, he doesn't want to feature at the Esports World Cup. All right, let me crack on though, because otherwise we'll be here forever. Does Admiral make the tier? There's this weird thing here where I think the argument against people like, and this does apply to FD God as well, I will admit, is the Lucio nature, right? Or the Lucio one trickness. But 4 just feels too low as well, honestly. Is Lexa... I don't know, like... The way I feel about Lexa is he not just the same as most of these Lucio players, but on Brig? Like, I don't think I feel like I've not seen Lexa play not Brig in ages. Who is banning Brig, though? Teams who will play against... people who play against Lexa! He got that mercy gene. Yeah, I mean, I think, like, the thing is, the only thing I'm considering is there an argument that certain players, like Lee Jae Gong and Vega, do they go up a tier because of flexibility? Because then FD God, Admiral, and Lengster, I think, do all fall into the, like, we've only seen them really perform at a high level on one hero. Because then does it just become this weird, like, blob then afterwards? Like, is it just like, then this, maybe Gala as well? I don't know. I'm on the fence about Gala. Because I feel like Gala's Lucio is worse than quite a lot of the other players around him. But also his Alari is so much better, right? Like, in terms of, like, if you want to see who's got the best non-Lucio pick, like, obviously, Charong, Violet going to be in contention. And then it's Gala, actually, right? That's not a main support, silly. Gala better than Violet? Yeah, but you might be biased here, Kanail. Bliss 4? Yeah, I'm not buying. Like, honest, like, we're gonna watch a lot of these games over the next few weeks anyway, just to try and, like, sense check ourselves. But I actually think but yeah, I'm actually not convinced by Bliss at all. Not convinced by Bliss at all. See, I've actually never been convinced. I've never bought into the Bliss hype. I think maybe at any point. After Spain wins the Euro, the VP is going to get the backline buff. The problem is, Kaneo, there's no way Spain win the Euros because they're the only team playing well right now. So they're going to get scammed by somebody. Like, what will happen tonight is Spain will play a better game and then they'll lose. They'll play better football, they'll look more dangerous, they'll look scarier, and then they'll lose. Now it's not happening. We'll see. What's the score prediction tonight, Kanale? Yamal's gonna win it all. 2-1. I think if it goes to penalties, France win. I think France win on penalties. Yeah. Spain have to win it in regular time. The problem is that France midfield as like a destructive midfield in terms of to not let you play the game is actually unbelievable, right? Like Kante, Tukameni, and Camavinga. I guess maybe Camavinga won't start, right? Because Rabiot's back. But fuck. That midfield is actually so hard to play against. So then, opener's probably in this tier as well, right? Just like, I don't know. If anything, I'm sort of tempted to move him down. And then there's just kind of the players I haven't really watched here. No way Morata scores. He's been mid as fuck this tournament. I think it'll be like David Ruiz or Olmo to score, honestly. So, is that it for main support? This one, I don't know. There's like a weird question over like for more flexible ones and the less flexible ones, you know? If there should be a tier break here or not. Because the banning stuff is a problem, right? But Again, it's still only one map, right? Only one map. Who's going to win all Euros? It'll probably be France. I feel like France will just do it, you know? Can you explain why Vest, Fearless, and Goochway are tier 3? So it's flexibility, I think, has played a big thing in all of this. And so that's why people like Vest and even Hambin and Max are also dragged down. I think with Goochway and Fearless, they're limited by flexibility, even though they have, like, if you're going to one-trick a hero, or, like, two-trick a hero, like Winston Doom is a pretty good two-trick to have. They've also just not played in ages, right? So I think there's a real chance if they come back and they just look like they haven't missed a beat, then they'll jump right back up another tier. But right now, I think it's really hard to say they're definitely going to be the tier above until they prove it. It's where flexibility on main support is overrated. Because, yeah, you're right, Crispy. It is only one thing that's true, even with, like, we talk about, like, Vestler or Goochway or something, or Fearless, right? Is you can only take the hero away once. Where would I put Massa on the list? He's probably in tier 3, honestly. Yeah, maybe low tier 3, maybe tier 4. I think, to be honest, Rax, like, Massa's probably better at Lucio, but I think Rax probably better at, like, other heroes. Even though, again, I think you look at, like, the Ents lineup, they're probably going to be playing mostly Lucio. Yeah, so I think on balance, I'd probably put Massa in 4 as well. Yeah, I think one thing that's worth saying as well, like, actually for most of... You know what I might do, actually? Not to upset the showman. But I think it's probably this, right? I think Cloudy's just said the same thing. Not that Cloudy, the other Cloudy. But, yeah, I think Opener's maybe a tier down. But I also think, like, everything above here is just okay, really. You know what I mean? Like, as much as, like, Lyre and Bliss and Brack, because everyone's sort of like, what's this, like, slander on Lyre, Brack and Bliss? But I actually think Brack and Lyre have had good, like, solid years, right? I don't think they're particularly bad. Even though, like, I know I've said Bliss ints, I don't think he's actually, like, he's not horrendous, right? I just think he's a bit of an inter. But I think once you get past a certain level, like, once you get to tier 2, there's, like, a zero liability thing. If you ask, like, any Lucio player right now what the most important thing is on Lucio, they're all probably going to say somewhere near the top of the list. One of the important things is just don't fucking die. Don't fucking make minimal mistakes, right? And I think above 2, I mean, we'll have to accept a few of Violet's Ajaxes. But I think above here is when we get, like, a dramatic decrease in liabilities. I'm not saying it's not ordered by tier, Crispy. Like, it's not sorted by within the tier. It's just, like, the order I happen to think about them in. It wasn't a it's not like I'm not implying that, like, Lee Jae-gong is substantially better than Gala or anything like that. I think it will be it'll take forever. Yeah, I agree that if you want to say, like, because I think if you look at Vega's Dallas performance, I think we can bring up, where is it? I think the Crazy Raccoons match was awful, right? I thought Vega put in a really bad performance in that Crazy Raccoons match. But where is it? If I just type in Dallas Major, would it bring it up? OWCS? There we go. This game here, right? This game here, I think Vega had a really terrible game. But this is also, like, his first real game on LAN. Because I don't think he played that badly in this game. The Ent series, did he play that bad? No Crispy. I know. Someone needs to get him a home. Get Crispy in VP? Fuck. Come on, Kineo, get him a contract, mate. Tier 3 main support is bad compared to tier 3 tank on your list. Yeah, I'd agree, but it's all respected within their role, right? Would I consider Vess in the best? I think Vess is the best Sigma player in the game. I think it's just harder to be a player who can only play one hero right now. And bans are just going to exacerbate that problem quite a bit. That's what you wanted to hear. Yeah. I think, like, because this isn't an indictment on them being good. Yeah, we'll probably disagree. I don't think he's actually that good at RAM. I don't think he's bad at RAM, but I think most, like, Haddy's definitely better than him. Someone is better than him. I guess we haven't really seen that many RAM players, to be fair. KSA was better than him, on RAM at least. Alright, should we hit scan? Hit the hit scan. That was the second. Alright. If someone also has the... we need hit scan. Chio upper tier? No. Trong on his own tier, honestly. Alright. Also, wait, I have a question. It's probably not going to change my ranking based on the fact that I have to ask this question. Does anyone know about Yoshinori and Sloth in terms of what role they would sit in terms of hit scan or flex CPS? Yoshori is a flex. Yoshi is flex. And Sloth? You watched the final? I mean, the final was on. If we want to talk how much attention I paid, the answer is low. Okay, the answer is really low. I'm not going to lie to you. Let's get the obvious one out of the way. Well, no, the obvious one is actually... is Lip. And then is it proper? I think it might be this. Nah, I don't think proper's that far behind Lip at all. Why are you lower than infected? That guy's terrible. Because all you do is play D.Va, Clear. Fuck. You've picked. You need the hero pool. Because not only if you pick like a Winston or something, you can get away with being a Winston one trick. Fuck, if you're a Winston one trick, all you can do is fucking dive. You can maybe even get into tier 2. But D.Va, man, fuck. You leave me no option. If this was a D.Va tier list, I've not seen the Clearston. Unfortunately. Lips solo? I don't think so. I think Proper's just that good. He's not? Oh. Honestly, has he not looked like... I know he didn't play a lot of Heat, because he didn't play a lot of Hitscan at Dallas, right? Sure. But when he played Hitscan at the Asia LAN and at... what was it called? I guess it was just Career WCS before that. Has he not gone blow for blow with fucking Lip every time? He did not get it as I don't know. Obviously, we're gonna watch it again, right? We're gonna fact check ourselves. We're gonna go through the list, or like go through the VODs. But honestly, I'm not buying it. Proper, fucking incredible. Fucking incredible. I feel like the only reason people don't have as strong a memory is because he didn't really play it at Dallas, right? Because I think if we go back in history... Wait, let me not leak stuff. But if we go back, where is it? We go to the end of these Dallas ones and Falcons. He's just... This is essentially proper, right? He's just... There's like no hit scan on here, maybe except for like a bit of... what's that? Havana. Oh, wait, am I looking at... Oh, yeah. It's not even that, right? It's like a... Sorry, a bit of King's Row. No coaches tier list. I hadn't factored in ranking the coaches, but... and we talk about this more on Uncoachable. That's coming out later this week. But actually, there's such a big chance to coach gap in a band system. Right? There's so much pressure. Does everyone remember when Crimzo drafted against Virtus Pro and it was like, how has this fucking happened? I think not only can you fuck up the maps, you can fuck up the hero bands. I think you can really... I think you can really, really sabotage your own team if you're not careful in this new system. Gotta be really careful. Cloud just diffed Crimzo? Yeah. Maybe Kanail? Were you doing the map draft, Kanail? Was it you? Are you taking credit? Yep, alright. Well, you did a good job. You fucking smoked him. Alright, so... This is the one where it's like, is Merit... I think Merit has to be a tier below. I think on raw hit scan... once you get to the top tier, like... And this is kind of true on a lot of roles, but I think especially on hit scan, once you get to the top tier... Whoever just plays better on the day, they all have the potential to be up one and up the other, or to be above each other. But one thing that I think Lip, because I've always been a bit of a doubter on, like, I think Lip's Tracer is okay for a hit scan, but I don't think it's like good in the same way. Like for a hit scan, Proper's Tracer's just really fucking good because he's a flex DPS in fucking disguise. But Lip actually put in a monster fucking Ilios. Like, I know it's only one map, but that Ilios performance in the Grand Finals was absolutely a fucking monster one from Lip on Tracer. Yeah, I think... Because I think I also want to put Spark here. People are going to call me SSG bias, but honestly, Spark's been so good, no? So good. I see. So the problem I have with Quartz is I 100% believe he can be as good as any of these players. But I feel like he's been in really poor form. Right? Like, I feel like the Quartz we've seen has been way more hit and miss. Way more hit and miss. Well, I think, like, you are right, Tova, that TM has been a mess, right? And I think we've all seen there's, like, very clear examples that if your team is just in a bad state, think about Season 6 Shock, right? That team was a team with Jumbin and Heesang on it. And Proper. All players who seem rather good, it turns out. But if the team environment's not good or the team is a mess for whatever godforsaken reason, everyone's going to look bad, right? But you then need to still sort of prove it, right? Yeah, Hisang literally got kicked from that team. He literally got kicked from that team. Yeah, so I think I can't even... I'm not sure I can even put Quartz... I don't know how high I can really put Quartz, considering how he's played recently. I think there's still been a couple of good maps from Quartz, like where he still looks like the guy. I think there was the one... If you look at the Face It round robin, the Icon World, the first time, the only time of a round robin that SSG played TM, Quartz actually still put on the mega game, right? Yeah, but again, we're talking, I think, obviously I know people are joining at different times in this, but I think one of the things we talked about right at the start of this is the idea of this tier list isn't like a all-time one. It's not, it's like current form going into the Esports World Cup. Like, how valuable are these players right now as we go into the Esports World Cup with, obviously we have limited information on patch, but in terms of the information we have on how they're playing right now, right? Like, because if we sidetrack a little bit, I think Kai has had a fantastic career and consistently proven himself to be not just one of the best hit scans in the Western Overwatch, but one of the best hit scans in the world, right? But right now, I think Kai is on a dip in form. So I'm not sure Kai actually makes this tier. You know what I mean? The second tier. And I think Quartz is in a similar boat. Quartz on Saudi land vote? Yeah, but I mean, what's also true is all these players have, this is a at this point in time, right? Because the way to move up this tier list, the way to move up this tier list would to be put in good performances in officials, right? Yeah, because the thing I have with Shy is similar to what I have with Gushue, right? When it's just an element of, like, he's not played in a while. So, like, if you put my money where my mouth is, I probably still feel like this is probably ultimately true by the time it actually comes to it. But I think these are, like, Sparker and Merit are, like, rock solid in here. Have proven they still look like top hit scans in recent tournaments. Quartz and Shy need to prove again they can be in the S tier. I think it needs to be a tier break, as in between Sparker and Merit and Quartz and Shy. Sparker so high. Yeah, but have you seen Sparker play? Fuck. Because also, one thing I think that's also kind of true, right? Is in the ban system, hit scan's probably the least affected role, right? Because no one's gonna waste a ban on fucking Cass or something, or Sojourn, are they? Or Ash or Widow or anything like that. Like, no one's gonna use a ban for that because I don't think it's functional enough to the comp. It's X rank in every SSG player gets 2. No one's banning DPS heroes? Yeah, I mean, maybe later in the series, maybe. But yeah. I think Quartz, again, like Quartz and Shy, all these players have the potential to be up here. But Proper and Lip do it every fucking time. Every fucking time they are, like, the main guy. Then I think there's probably this tier then where it's, like, probably Kai. Probably Flora, right? And then I think Tree. Maybe Tree and Zodio are both in here. Yeah, I think there's like a... What would you call it? Yeah, the thing is, I think the problem with Knife is, it's kind of like the Gala situation, right? Whereas he's having a lot of what Knife is going to play. He is going to take the hit scan role for this team, right? Because of, you look at who they've signed. He's he played for him earlier. So Knife is probably a better player if we were to put him in flex DPS, but that's not the role he's playing. I still think he's a good hit scan, right? Because I guess if I was going to do the next tier, I guess it would be like the Seeker. It'd be like Seeker, Knife, and Shockers. But I don't know if there's like. Does this feel harsh on Seeker? Maybe.
Get these ads out of here.
Thank you to Big Yak. You think Knife up one? Yeah, I mean, Knife is so much better. You think? I don't know. I mean, he's looked good. I don't think he's looked better than Tree. I actually think we'll talk about it a bit on Flex CPS as well. But I actually think when M80 aren't trolling their fucking matches, I think Spectre and Tree have both looked really good. Yes, you know what I might do actually? What if I... Insane Sparker bias? I think he's been that good. I've ruined it. Well, somebody says this looks more reasonable. I mean, the problem with all of the LGD players is we just don't really know, right? There's like it's been such a long time for them between serious competitions. Spark is not the 4th best 6 in the world. Right now, current form, is he not? Like, I don't, honestly, like, I know this is going to sound like bias, but current form, he is, right? Do you think Spark looked... I don't think Spark looked bad at Dallas at all. I thought Spark had a good LAN. I forgot about the Korean level. If we ban Cass, I think, yeah, his Ash is really good. Also, like, no one's banning fucking Cass, right? Like, I think hit scans are going to be really untouched. Really untouched. I feel like this is too harsh though on like Tree and Zodial, I think. What's Gala saying? Thrower and Knife are so much better than Sparker. No way. I actually think Spark's been unbelievable this year. Like, I think Spark is playing better this year, and he played in Overwatch League. All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't... Did it look better before? Like this version? Because the problem I have with this, right? If you were to ask me right now, who do I want on my team? I am picking Sparker over Quartz, and I am picking Sparker probably over Shy as well, just because I've not seen like Shy's just not played. You're seeing me put all the SSG players on higher or equal tiers than FGG and Yeti, despite not taking a single map. Take a single map against Falcons and Raccoons, while the Korean teams have went to multiple map fights. Yeah, I mean, that is true. I mean, it is possible. I think especially with maybe Zeta Division, that they just blow all the Western teams out of the water. But I think a lot of those Korea games, way lower stakes, way less serious. Whereas the Dallas is obviously like full focus, good meta read as well for the Korean teams. I think if you look at like... it's still only one series, right? One series, they lost, they didn't get close. Absolutely true. Absolutely true, they didn't get close in that one series. But is that really a massive difference between you got close in 1 or 2 series over the course of like a month? Because we can look at it, right? You might be right, but if we can look at these results, so let's see it then, right? What are the ones in question? FTG took 1 map here. No maps here. 2 maps here. But that's against Yeti, so that's like against each other. And then FTG, they took 0 maps here. Right? And Yeti took, what, 1 map here? No maps here? They had these close ones, right? In like the seeding decider matches. You know, like it's definitely better, right? 2 is better than 0, but it's not a lot. It's not a lot, I think. It's not enough to convince me there's like some kind of crazy tier break between these teams, between like a Fnatic and SSG. Look at the Korea LAN. Where is it? Is it just on the stage 1? Yeah, here we go. So then FTG took 1 map of Crazy Raccoons, 2 maps of Falcons, yeah? I mean, to be fair, the FTG one I'm more likely to believe than Yeti. Because that's I think if you were to tell me FTG look like, I think they are a top tier roster. I think FTG are more likely to be, FTG are more likely to be in the Falcons, and Crazy Raccoon tier, number tier below. But Yeti or Fnatic, or what they're called now, like, they did not take any maps, right? Like, they were cooked. They had the week in the sun. They had the fucking... I'm on the wrong one now. I am on the wrong one. They had the fucking week in the glorious, all-important, life-defining, seeding decider matches. And then that was it. A flash in the pan from Fnatic. Yeah, we're also ranking the players, not the teams. That's also true, right? Does it count because it was a Rissa meta? I mean, I think there is like some elements of like the overall team strength. I don't think Flora's been that good. I mean, I've never been that like blown away by Flora. I think he was like always an Overwatch League level hit scan. Not particularly a problem on his team, but never really the hard carry. They have a better backline. Yeah, I do agree the backline's better. But I'm not sure I'm sold on Izzyaki, Lee Jae Gong. Right? Like, it's an upgrade, yes. But I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced it's going to solve a lot of their problems, you know? You think I'm underrating Flora? Oh, that's the wrong button. I mean, to be fair with all these players... I mean, I did watch New play, and he clicked on some heads, but that game was also just, like... Kappa, right? The OCE Grand Final. All right. I sort of feel like there should be like a... I don't know if it's a tier break, right? But I feel like there's a gap here. But not like a full tier gap, just like a... Please stop. There's like... Because I think as well, like, needs to... There's like... This is 100% current form. Really good. Shy, huge question mark. Haven't seen him play, but you probably still fucking click on stuff, right? Quartz, we've seen flashes of like vintage Quartz still, but we've not seen it consistently in a while. I think also what's true, honestly, is like, especially once you get above this level, all of these people can hit enough fucking shots to be the carry for their team, you know? Like, the right day, etc., they can all be better than anyone else on this list above them as well, right? But I think the difference is with some of these players is like Lip and Proper, super fucking consistent. And I think to be fair, Merit Sparker and Shy when he was playing, yes. I don't know. I've got so much faith in Quartz that Quartz is S tier if he just plays in a stable team long enough, you know? Like, you think back to stage 1, he was super good, right? I think he was a real candidate to be up there with all of them. But we've not seen that same level of consistency recently. Do you think Zodial's better than Kai? No, the way I feel about Zodial is I think Zodial on his day is as good as like the other top EMEA hit scans we've seen him against. You know, we've seen Zodial have better days than Quartz in the server, right? We've seen him have better days than, I guess he didn't play against Spark, but I think we've seen him have better days than like Kai as well. But I think for Zodial, what he needs to do is he needs to do it more consistently. And some of this is just the nature of Overwatch not having that many games. But I think Zodial is like, he's on the right trajectory to establishing himself as one of these hit scans alongside like Kai, Spark, and Quartz, right? He's on the right trajectory. He just needs to do it more. And an event like the Esports World Cup is a pretty good event to do something like that at, right? But I think he is on the trajectory. He just needs to prove it more. Yeah, like TM were, I think, pretty open actually about how their career bootcamp, they got fucking smashed for the most part. Every time someone went dive, they just got absolutely kind of smashed. How's the SSG bootcamp? They've not gone yet. I don't think any of the teams who are going to bootcamp have gone yet. I think they're all still within the bounds of the EMEA. They are going on Saturday. I don't know the exact dates. But I think all next week, from what I understand. When's the World Cup? The first is the 24th. I think is the first game day. Flex support or DPS now? I don't know, actually. Anyone got a strong opinion? Flex DPS or flex support? Is Rack a downgrade or a side grade? Probably more a side grade than anything. I think Rack's had a really solid season for NRG. I think he's probably better. He's probably slightly worse at Lucio, but better at Brig. I think Rack's actually been one of the most consistent performers for NRG. We talk about you want a fucking main support who can just keep their fucking head on their shoulders, not fuck up, not make game-losing mistakes, all of these sort of things. I think Rack is very good at that. Like, he's a very conservative player, but I think he's very consistent. And it's not a bad quality to have, I think, as a main support in the current meta. Yeah, he's not leaving Shock. It'll just be a loan for the event. Just a loan for the event. Very much, I imagine, super similar to the infected situation. Brack is a Tory player? Exactly. Yeah, we can do flex support next. All right. So, my Tory son. Fuck's sake. So, the first one's easy, right? Shoes at the top, right? That's easy. Now, here's the question. Tier break, then fielder, or no tier break? Because I feel like... Because my instinct was tier break, honestly. Because every time they play each other, does Shu not get the better of fielder? Every time, I think. Right? And, yeah. But then here's the interesting question. Do we have to make this tier list really wacky? Is there then fielder and then another tier break? So then, like, I'd probably go, like, maybe, like, Finn and Landon in the next tier. At least, maybe not exclusively these two. Maybe RuPaul as well, I think, should be here. Because I guess the question, does that hold weight, right? Is it that, is Fielder significantly above all three of these players? Probably, right? Yeah, probably. I mean, Landon has this sort of situation where, like, if we were to do a BAP tier list, Landon is at the top, right? But he drops off massively on some of the other heroes like Ana and Zen, right? Of course. But also, I think in the same way we said, like, we can say Donghack has low flexibility. The guy, he can only play dive tanks for Winston, the Ball, the Doom. So, is he going to be that good at Orisa or something? No. But he's not going to fucking play Orisa, so does it matter? In the same way, Landon's not going to play Ana. You know? Is he? Is he going to play Zen? So how relevant is it? Only Kiri? Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like it'll probably be a relatively... This isn't based off anything, like, any inside knowledge, but my anticipation would be, it would be BAP, and if BAP is banned, then Kiri would be the one. Where is Ghost 91? Is he... Oh. Did I not add him on? poor Ghost. Fuck, I've broken it now as well. Hold on. There we go. There we go. There's no leak. Unfortunately, incompetence is the answer. I think Landon's Kiri's really fine. I think it's not... Like, Landon is definitely boosted in the fact that I think if you were to list all the flex support heroes, like if we were to say, like, Kiri, Bap, like, Ana... I mean, what else is even really super relevant, right? I think what you would actually say is, while Landon is probably first place in Baptiste, he's probably bottom on Kiri and definitely on Ana, right? First SSG player not in tier 2. So, where do we go next then? Probably Monk, right? I actually think Monk's... I don't know. I feel like last time I saw Monk, he actually really good on Ana. Really good on Ana. But I feel like I've not seen him play anything other than Ana in a very long time. And also, he's not played a fucking match in like 7 months. I think in the same way, like we talked with all of these LGD players. I've not seen him play in ages. His Kiri is fine. I actually have no strong memory of Monk playing Kiri. Is that just me having a bad memory? It's really possible, right? It's really possible it's me having a bad memory. He doesn't really play BAP. The only BAP in double flex was Lenksa. Dementia. It's really possible it was dementia. They always play Anna. I mean, I feel like they do just play Anna Brig all the time. I've seen them. Like, all their success has come on that comp, right? Like, we talk about this a little bit on Coachable when we do, like, sort of rankings. But people really have LGD ranked really highly. But they have only had success on one comp, right? Because Hangzhou Spark had super high peaks on dive. Like, they peaked at the right time on dive comp, right? Same with Team China at the World Cup. All their success came on that one comp. Hasn't SSG had success on Brawl? Only 2. I think they've had success on dive, no? At least domestically. Not internationally, of course, right? But domestically, they have. The problem is, we've seen so little of this team play. Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Right? Like, I'm not saying this is like this is worse than having to play on Brawl. But it's the same, is it not? It's not different. So why would they be above SSG in any meaningful way? They've just got 2 very different trees to use to use the tree analogy, right? They've got 2 very different trees, and that's about it. SSG lost to Ensign on dive map, sure, right? But even if you want to, let's let's benefit of the doubt you at that one. All right, so they can just play. They're just good at Brawl, right? But LGD are just good at dive. Is this not the same sentence? Wait, hold on. I've deleted a name by accident. Have I? There we go. Oh wait, no. Okay. Because also, the bans, like I think we talked about, like with Lucio, right? You can only ban it one map. You can only ban Lucio one map. So it's harder to fuck with some of these comps than you might think. I don't know. I think UV's had a really good season despite all the troubles that M80 have had. I think UV's actually been super solid. Then it starts to become like one big blur, right? Because I think Izyaki's been super disappointing. I mean, he's definitely been disappointed this year, right? This year, 100% been disappointed. But I also thought he was disappointing last year. Yeah, like I'm like a bit of a Kaneo head, honestly. But I'd be more tempted to put someone like Kaneo here than Izzyaki, honestly. And then I don't know if it just becomes a lot of talk for someone who lost to Izzy twice last year. Yeah, but honestly, we actually the closest we came to beating Boston was when Izzyaki was just falling off a fucking map for us. Izzyaki nearly dragged the rest of Boston down with him. So then I think there's like a big, like I probably put Vigilante in here as well, right? Like I feel like Vigilante's just been not. I thought he was okay on Runaway, to be honest. I thought like as much as Runaway was disappointing, I thought Vigilante actually looked fine playing mostly Kiri. I think Vigilante has looked poor on TM, but I mean all of TM have looked poor, right? Maybe does Sky find himself in this tier as well? Probably, right? I don't know who else really. I feel like I've not seen Crook play in ages. Like I don't know if Nastus then just becomes like this. Maybe Z's in here as well. I mean, I thought Z's actually played pretty well. Maybe it just becomes like this big mash of everyone else. And then there's maybe like the other ones. The like other regions that I mean, the one thing I might give Aki a tier break because I'm pretty sure I met him at the Esports World Cup and he was sound as fuck. So then the problem we have, because with all of these other flex supports, right? They are all just the flex support player. Is Paley up? Is Paley the carry? Yeah, but Aki was a super sound guy at LAN. Is Paley a sound guy? If you can convince me Paley is a sound guy, Zis, he can go up a tier. He's a screamer? That's not convincing me he should go up a tier. Stop the Pacific manager bias. Ghost is at least the same as Sky? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Timeout's this. Yeah, I don't know. The problem with Majid is, right, in the same way where we talk about like some of the tank players, is realistically Majid isn't going to be he's only going to be playing essentially. I guess he did play, actually he just played flex support, didn't he, at Dallas? He subbed in for Fielder. What do I do with that information? He just played BAP. Because even when he's come in on a lot, the problem is, I think Majid is better than his performances have shown, right? So, say in terms of how well I think Majid will play for the team, he's probably only like a tier 4, right? At most, maybe even just tier 5. Like, his impact's super low, I think, for Falcons. But if you were to ask me to build an EMEA roster right now, like if you said, go buy yourself an EMEA roster, I'd actually still pick Majid above a lot of these EMEA flex supports. Like, I'd pick him above Sky, I'd pick him above Ghost. Kaneo, that's maybe like 50-50 for me. But honestly, like, he would be up there. But the problem is, it's not relevant for the Esports World Cup, really. You know? So if I think what this tier list is meant to be in terms of like going into the Esports World Cup, I actually don't anticipate Majid to have like very big impact for his team, right? Like I think he'll do fine, you know. Like I think also in reality, if you were to ask me to like, I'd still sign Majid over like I think Sky or well probably actually Izzy and Vigi as well, honestly. Put the airport. I mean, yeah, if this was an airport tier list, obviously Majid would be at the top. But I don't think I've seen enough from Majid to convince me of that, you know? Can you get a copy of the spreadsheet, actually? Yeah, that seems reasonable. Wait, can I do this without leaking my email? Hold on. I 100% would have leaked my email. Anyone with a link can view. All right. I'll put it in chat. So then if you want to make a copy of this, you can then do like your own one and stuff. Oh, wow. Everyone's opened it. Watch along with the spreadsheet, just for clean feed. You guys are taking the fucking clean feed. In the final rankings, yes and no. There's two versions of the rankings on this on the right. This top one is just peak. So it just takes their highest player. And then below it, we have the average, which will combine both of them. If that makes sense. You're going to co-stream these rankings now? Okay. I'm just going to grab a drink, and then we'll do Flex DPS, right? So, Flex DPS is actually a pretty massive tier. So get your Flex DPS hot takes in. Have I managed to get Ents to 11th? Because we've not ranked Kevster yet. All right. Ugh. What are we saying? Yeah, but it doesn't fuck up this top table if we're still talking about the average, right? If you look here, because the average one was built more in mind, because I originally made this spreadsheet for Overwatch League, especially like season 4, I think is when I first made this, when we first got the fucking big promo, right? We got the fucking big step up before we went on to have what can only be described as the worst year of my professional life. But the rosters were a lot bigger. A lot bigger. So if you get this average one. Where's Crispy? He's dead, Astro. He's dead, mate. He's in a dumpster outside. If you wanted the, like, where... I think he'd be here. I think he'd be in this tier. Why are all the Brazilians at the bottom? I've just not watched them, you know? I've just not watched them, Max. So I feel it would be really unfair for me to pass unfair commentary, you know? The only person who really gapped him is, like, I moved Aki up a tier because he seemed like a... Wait, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. Max, was Aki the guy I met at the World Cup? Or was that a different guy who had a similar name? Because I've moved Aki up a tier based on the fact that he seemed to be a sound guy. There's been a lot of Aki versus Pally. It's been a pretty hotly contested topic here between well, mainly the bleed manager. I don't think Bliss has been that good. You think they're on the same level? You are the resident expert here, Max. So you again, you want me to segregate Brazil at the bottom? Pally is one of the better players on DAF? Okay. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, with a lot of the players, like, I think maybe with the exception of, like, Clear, I have no strong memory. Like, Clear and New, like, I have, like, a memory of that, actually seeing them play. The rest, no strong memory of them at all. I mean, Top Dragon, yes, but not the others. Not contested. Oh, thanks, Max. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I've put all the Brazilians at the bottom, and no one's really contested me that much on it at all. There's not been a lot of... maybe I just don't have a big South American fan base, and this tier list is probably not going to increase that at all. But, yeah. Honestly, I just haven't watched any of their games, but I don't think they're very good. Yeah, I mean, I think they know as well. Like, Loaded aren't going to this event thinking they're going to have some kind of, like, fucking luminosity in CS, like some made in Brazil type run. I think they know they're just going to go have a nice time, enjoy the event, you know? I don't think any of these Brazilian Overwatch players are going to be, like, the Fallen of Overwatch, you know? They're not going to be the godfather of Brazilian Overwatch and bring it into the limelight. No offense, obviously, to all the Brazilians in the audience. Whoa, thank you, Stefan. Yeah, the greatest showman don't want you to know. Whoa! How many how many trains was that? How many trains did you... I feel like I heard like 3 trains at least. Yeah, I just get fucking attacked by audio. My laugh should be a meme. I think it might already be a meme. Yeah, what the greatest showman don't want you to know is everyone's spreading this just honestly quite believable propaganda that the greatest showman and M80 are just not really scrimming at all. But what they're actually doing is they've actually got a joint coalition between M80 and the greatest showman, and they're in this super exclusive, super secret boot camp in the Himalayan mountains where they're just scrimming each other over and over again, doing every ban possibility known to man. So by the time they come to the event, their understanding is going to be on a whole nother level. A whole nother level compared to everyone else. But they're trying to spread this propaganda so that other people don't cotton on and try and steal their idea. You see, yeah, it's exactly like Batman Begins. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, should we do some flex DPS? Obviously, bearing in mind the Batman situation as well. So, if I just do this... Oh, and press the wrong button. If I just press the wrong button... Is this just the obvious tier 1? Top Dragon rank 1? Has to be bias. Kevster tier 1? I don't feel like Kevster's been playing. He's not like... I miss old Kevster, you know? Top Dragon's name is literally top. I mean, it's actually really hard for me to argue against that point because it's actually a fact. Kev's in his own tier? I don't know. Has Psycho not been better? Like, maybe they're probably still in the same tier. Like, maybe there's just, like, these three handsome gentlemen in the next tier. Maybe Psycho's team has been better? True. True, but I feel like having a bad team has never really slowed Kevster's performance down before, you know? Like, Kevster's been through some rough rosters. And he still always looked like the best. I feel like he's looked like, just like the shine has gone, you know? You just look at the top rankings, it's all red. I mean, yeah. I mean, they kind of just are, though, are they not? Like, I feel like no one's actually contested the fact that they just have the best players. Psycho has been playing KR Lefto, Kevster level. Put Kevster in tier 1. Zis said put Ace on top. Yeah, but Zis... Viper same tier with Psycho. Lucas 42G. Again, I apologies to the... I know we always have a lot of Lucas 42G fans in the crowd. So my apologies to them, but I just don't... I'm just not familiar with his game. Yeah, I feel like there's a chance that Leave is maybe up there. But I feel like all the Chinese players, partly through racism, but partly because they haven't played in 7 months, all get like a bit of a bump down for me. Partly, he says. the classic racism debuff. You don't think Psycho is staying top 2 after Esports World Cup? I don't know. I've actually super Psycho pilled at the moment. I guess the big question for me is, do I put Sugar Free in this tier, or is there like a tier break then Sugar Free? Like, is there any hero you would take Sugar Free on over Psycho or Kevster? Or Leave? May? No, I'd actually take Psycho's May. Probably Kevster's May as well, honestly. The sketch drama? I don't know who sketch is, though. Hawk Chewer daughter or closeted gay sketch son? Honestly, Max, you might as well have spoken to me in Japanese, because I don't understand any of those words. I don't know who... What's Hawk Chewer? Can someone get some kind of de-aging translation? Don't ask. It's cringe, don't bother. Oh, okay. It's Hawk's last name. And Proper. Oh yeah, we should put Proper in this as well, actually, sorry. Proper's in tier 1. I don't think that's controversial. I actually don't get it. I mean, this might surprise some people who are new to me, but for anyone who's worked with me or spent a considerable amount of time with me, or had to sit next to me in the London house, this will actually track. This will track 100%. But then he can't be over merit in hit scan? Why can't he? That's like saying because someone is in tier 1 on tank, he can't be above me on DPS. I mean, in that particular case, he isn't above me on DPS. I am better than him on it. But just as an example. If Proper is in 2 lists, yeah, I mean, you're probably right. You're probably right, but we can come back to it, okay? Remind me afterwards. You think merit hit scan better than proper hit scan? I don't know, man. I'm a proper hit scan believer. All right. Who else is in this tier then? I think Spectra's in this tier. I think as much as M80 have been a bit of a shit show since Spectra has joined, I don't think it's a Spectra-based problem. I thought Spectra's actually looked pretty good. The little we've seen him play when he's not demanding that he needs food every 2 seconds. Spin a player twice. I mean, yeah, we can take him out if it's just I don't really know how the math will work. It doesn't change anything massively. Is there a comprehensive guide to hero bans somewhere? No, it's not publicly announced yet. But if you tune into Uncoachable later this week, you'll get a full breakdown, and we'll theory craft it a little bit. But the TLDR is basically 1 hero per team per map, and it's role locked. So if Team A bans support, the other team can't also ban a support. And the ban only lasts for the length of the map. So it resets at the end of it. Can you ban? No, you can't repeat bans. And bans do apply to both teams. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like UB is another player it's like he's played fine. He still looks like one of the better players on TM, but the whole TM has been so dysfunctional. It's really hard to have any faith in any of them. Similar, because I don't know what to do with fucking Checkmate either, right? Because he's honestly, did he not look so fucking shit on Rock? But he also kept playing Symmetra, which is surely an avoidable situation. Like, Checkmate will not be on Symmetra again, I'm sure of it. Sauna and Checkmate better than Sugar Free. Now, the Sauna one I'm not buying. I mean, I think we actually talk about this on Coachable as well. But I think the problem with Sugar Free is his best hero is probably Tracer. But then once we get onto more of the heroes, like a lot of the heroes we saw at Dallas, in terms of like Genji and Pharah and all of this, Echo, I think he doesn't actually match up that well against any of them. If anything, I might even be convinced to move Sugar Free down. Maybe I'm not that harsh. Then he's got the Genji gene? I don't know. I don't think he played that well at Dallas on Genji. I mean, maybe some of it was like who he played against, right? Like, he had to play against Crazy Raccoon, and then I guess he would have been like, I can't remember what they played here, but it would have been against old Kevin. Lenny's been spending too much time with PGE. Yeah, Nag can play everything. That's true. I think also Naga's hero pool is super nice. The problem is Naga's hero pool is super nice for this meta. Or like the meta that potentially ends today with a patch, right? Like I think a part of the reason that the Gaming Gladiators did so well was it actually allowed Naga to play a load of the heroes he's quite good at in terms of like Pharah and Echo and all of this, you know? But what happens if Pharah gets nerfed, if Malga gets, like, other tanks become more relevant, right? Does that put Naga in a weird... It's hard to say, right? But I think Naga has been playing quite well. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to start with a tier break and then maybe I'll work backwards. I really don't know what to do with Checkmate because it was so fucking shit on Rock, right? Like, so unbelievably shit. But that can't be the be-all and end-all. I don't know if there's really even a tier break. It can be. Hi, Shilme. I'm back. I actually think Zera's been really good as well, honestly. I think Zera's probably finds himself in this tier. Hello, Twitch streamer Commander X, aka when it's blanks out. I am a member of Interpol. We have recently foiled a plot in your life by the antagonist terrorist organization known as Clients Unlimited. Do you wish to know more? No, I'm good. It seems like you guys have it under control. Blowjob lips. There's no way. Does it? Wait, is that what the asterisk is actually meant? Nah. Viper, I don't know, because the problem is, I think Viper is in like a, I feel like Viper is in like a who are you category, right? Where he's clearly very good at the game, but he's yet to do anything meaningful with it. Because again, if we go back, if we time travel back, you think Viper and Spectre are equivalent, Vi? I don't know, maybe some of this is just like a, Do you not think so? I think Spectre's really good. I mean, there's an argument like this, right? Like, this is the one I could be convinced by. But I wouldn't go any higher. I mean, you'd be really hard pushed to convince me to go higher than that. Is beating whack not significant? I mean, this is I think a crux of a lot of the issue. I think with a lot of these, well, particularly with Fnatic, right? Because the question is, how much does this fucking mean? Right? Like, how much weight, how much credence? Don't get to use the word credence a lot, but how much credence should we give the seeding decider matches in Korea? 0? 0 credence? I mean, I think it is above 0, but it's not as much as like the other. I feel like there's a lot of people who are very much like, well, this proves they're like basically the same team, you know, or basically the same level as some of these teams. What does the 60s rock band have to do with this, bro? It's relevant, Hunter. Come on. I mean, it's not impossible, right? I think because what I think this proves from a Fnatic perspective, what this proves is that the peak for Fnatic is super fucking high. Literally the moon. They will peak at the moon. But the problem is they've only reached the moon once. For a 3-day spell at the end of March. The problem is, this is not enough to convince me they can reach this level again. I don't understand the power of Lee Jae-gong Izayaki. So, yeah. So I think, obviously, Fnatic do have that potential, right? I think Fnatic and LGD are very much in the same boat, where they've both proven their peak is super high. We've seen LGD do it at 2 major tournaments, and we've seen Fnatic do it once. Once in March. Oh wait, we're getting another update. In short, Clients Unlimited was planning to poison your mocktail. Don't drink mocktails. The next time I visited Nottingham Hooters, probably would go to Nottingham Hooters though. Using a local operative by the name of Taff Waddington, an ardent client rights activist. Somebody asked as well, is it like overall? This is I really want to think with this in mind, like form going into the Esports World Cup, rather than forget entire careers and stuff. And that's why a lot of the LGD players, there's like and like Fearless and stuff falls into this category of like, how hot are they gonna be, you know? Because this is why I have just a huge fucking problem with Checkmate. Like, how am I meant to rank him? Pretty hot is Saudi Arabia in the summer. Fuck's sake. Like, what do I do with Checkmate? I just have to... Fuck. Just don't rank him. Yeah, I think he's probably still like at least... He's at the very least 3. He's probably like this, but his potential to go up is super high, right? You know what I mean? Like, if he just comes back and you're like, oh yeah, he's actually still good when he doesn't have to play on Rock Esports. He's actually a good player. Then... So Checkmate's done. I'm going to leave Backbone and Lubda to last just because they're like specialists. Maybe Cloud sort of falls into this category as well, or he's just not super useful. I'm not factoring in he got pulsed by Will. I don't know what I want to do with Sauna. He has been playing well recently, but... yeah, maybe I'm happy with that. And then... Fuck, do we have any local experts? No, it doesn't vanish. It's really tier based. The order they are in tiers is really just the order they came up in conversation, more than anything else. Local expert, right? Help me separate the wheat from the chaff here. My instinct wants me to put color hex at the top. Is that reasonable in any way? That's my instinct based on 0 information. Ace is better. Ace at the top. A tier break better? Tier's not in order, no. Tier's just the order they came up in conversation. Yusuri... Alright. We can do that. What was it? Yusuri, C-Hex, Ace, Brazil. Like that. Yoshinori is the new Patapan. That's actually incredibly high praise, because Patapan is really has been the only guy from that region to make like a serious impact in Overwatch League. I guess Mickey, right? Also from OCE, not OCE, or I don't know how we're APAC, Pacific region. That's the right word, right? Pacific region. I know places in the world. Just say he's also Thai. I knew Mickey was Thai. Oh wait, are they both Thai? Mickey did not make a serious. In fact, I thought Mickey was good. No, not to add Mickey to this tier list. I thought he was good. Isn't Yoshinori like 12? I have no idea, actually. Didn't Mickey get benched for Seagull on D.Va? Well, here's the hot take. That's because Seagull was actually a very good D.Va player. Alright. So this is where it gets tricky, right? Because we also have we have these players to fit in. Lubda in 5. Yeah, I mean, the problem with... I don't think Lubda's actually fine at the heroes he's meant to be good at. The problem is, he's just not going to play. So actually, whatever I do with Lubda, I think it's irrelevant. Same with Cloud, to be fair. I actually think we probably don't see Cloud. What would we see Cloud for? Just May? Right? Probably just that. Cloud won't play. I think if it's a May meta, I think, or something like that, or I don't know what else would fall in that category. Would be sick. Yeah, I think he'd probably play. I know. Well, I think it's probably important to stay racist and just keep the tier break here. I think Cloud has played. I don't know. The problem is, I don't know. Is it even just another tier break? I don't know. Oh my god, that's too many Lubdas. As anyway, the Lubda virus overtook the Flex DPS column then for a second. Isn't Top Dragon way better than Yubi? I think they just sit in this thing where they're just very good at different heroes. You know? Like Top Dragon's Mei and he's Sim is gonna be way worse than Yubi's. But he's Genji and Echo, probably better than Yubi's. Tracer, probably competitive to be fair. Pretty close. How many World Cups has Top Dragon won? I'll check for you, mate. It's probably a few, right? Let's see. Oh, maybe on one of the older ones? I don't think he's won any, actually. Thank you, Jaeger. 5 to 6 in the Saudi League is basically... Yeah. I mean, was it a particularly competitive Saudi League? Let's see. Oh yeah, Hadi and Kellex there. Checkmate and Landon. Which one was the Top Dragon team? Oh yeah, this was the team that signed 3 Koreans, even though they could only play 2 Koreans. Fuck's sake. Yeah. Alright. You were at this one? Was that the one? Wait. So you were? Did you not even see Top Dragon? You must have been in the same building. You might have even knocked him out. Maybe that's not true. They only played Rock and GK. You didn't knock him out, to be fair. You didn't know him personally at the time? Yeah, it's a shame, because obviously it was start of a beautiful coach-player relationship. All right. So then I think Backbone has to get some of the same penalties as somebody like Vestler does, right? In the same way it's like, well, if you put him on like May and Sim, he's really up there, best in the world. But on other heroes, there's a lot of players in this category who are way better at those heroes than him. But also, if Backbone is in, they're probably playing May or Sim, right? That's the expectation. And you, of course, yeah, player makes a good point. We've got to factor in my SSG bias. Top of 4 or bottom of 3? Well, I was thinking maybe 3, right? On the way that, like, he's really good on his heroes, but there is a penalty. There is a penalty. But the problem is as well, it's like we also don't know what the meta's going to be, right? So it could also just be completely irrelevant. How is it not? What do you mean? Yeah, but we're comparing. The problem here is ultimately it's a classic apples and oranges situation. Is it not? Because if we were in a May meta, let's say for whatever reason the patch comes out and they've overtuned Reinhardt such an incredible amount that Reinhardt is a must pick in every situation. And as such, May also comes strongly into the meta because she's had buffs recently, right? And now it's a permanent May meta. Is Jamie not suddenly one of the most valuable players? And Yubi as well. Yubi would shoot up as well in this situation. But orange is higher than apples. Then he's laughing all the way to the bank. I mean, it's true, right? I need to be shot. Also valid feedback. Bro can only play 2 heroes at this level, but that's also his job, no? I agree he can only go so high because of these limitations. They disrespect his Anna? True. So put him at 4 then? Yeah, but on these heroes, he's way better than these respective players, right? Because if I look at, say, Naga, Yubi, Zera, Top Dragon, Sauna, on their best hero, are they best at their role? None of these players, I think, can give you a significant advantage over, like, the elite teams. Put him at 4 to stop everyone complaining. Should Majid go up for Illari? Well, I don't think Majid has played well on Illari, is the problem. I think if I think back to some of those early games he had, he's not looked that impressive. He's actually looked better on Baptiste so far this year. Top 5 or Riot? Top of 5? Nah, I'm not. Nah, he's better than Cloud for sure. Better than Cloud and Lubza for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think who was saying it? Someone was saying it earlier. Maybe it was Hunter about like the meta is going to define a lot of this, right? Because suddenly being good at Mei and Sim might become really irrelevant, or if you're Vessler and being good at Sig becomes super relevant, you go up the rankings all of a sudden, right? And then if you're like a Dong Hacker or Fearless, you're going to get screwed because fuck, at Sigma everywhere or something. But I think in the same way, right? Like, there has to be a caveat. It should be marked down, I think, for lack of flexibility. But realistically, it's not relevant, right? It's in the same way of saying, like, oh, mate, Haddie's Lucio is fucking shit. You know, should we rank him down for his shit Lucio? We're just never going to play it, right? Or he's Diva. But he's not going to play it. Roadhog will be the new meta. Just leave it at this and call it a day. Well, I guess we've gone through all of them now. And we can see the overall rankings. So, these two tables on the right, there's a difference between two of them, right? So the top one is probably the most useful one in terms of this is actually just the peak of each player. So for people who have multiple tanks or multiple supports or whatever, it's the highest ranked one, you know? So someone like Falcons isn't marked down for Majid being marked lower or something. Can I order the tables by rank? I don't know. I don't know if it... Because this rank thing is done by formula. Pardon me. So I don't know if I do this and then go... I turn it into a table. Have I changed this? I swear there's just a button you could do to make it a table. I mean, I can just undo it if I break it. Sort range by column V. Advanced sorting range. Sort range by column V, A to Z. Data as header row. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yes is the answer, and I've not broken it. So, I mean, no surprise that Crazy Raccoon have actually come out at rank 1 with an average of having the best in every role. Then Falcon second seems fair. Zeta and SSG, then Toronto, then LGD, then Fnatic. I guess we can also see, right, like where in theory the weaknesses, right? Because this is the backline mainly for LGD. This looks like FIFA rating now. I don't know what that means. I used to watch Chris play FIFA a bit, but I don't really understand, like, the scoring and the cards and all of this. Flex support is a terrible tier for everyone. Yeah, it sort of drags everyone down a little bit. I mean, to be fair, if you think about all of it, been very, very low on the Fnatic backline. I mean, we discussed it a bit on Uncoachable, but I think you'll see more of the same there. I think I've been fairly consistent with my... Oh, hold on. What have I knocked out? Fairly consistent with my, like, down on Lee Jae Gong and down on Izzyaki. Izzyaki more so. Pep's at 12. Yeah, again, it's like a player strength thing, right? So obviously, there are some things this does do and some things it doesn't do. One thing it doesn't do is factor in any kind of team gap, right? in terms of their understanding of the meta or their read or anything like that. Don't let Zodial see this. I think it's pretty fair for Zodial, no? One thing you have to bear in mind as well, because I think what happens sometimes, especially when we do tier lists like this, and I think I've seen this in some of the discourse around some of the ones that were posted on Reddit, is just because you're like in one of the lower tiers, right? It really doesn't mean you're a bad player. Right? Like this is a tournament with all the best teams in the world. Like in this tournament, right? Like if we do power rankings of the teams, right? If you are the 8th best player in your role in the world, let's just hypothetical, the best team in the world has the best player in every role. The second best team in the world has the second best player in the world. Third has the third best player in each role, etc., etc. But if you are the 8th place team, you could be the 8th best player in the world at your role, and you only just scrape top 8. I think as well, don't, because it's respective, because what's important, the reason I originally made this is because I thought what's important when measuring roster strength, it's not about how many tier 1 or tier 2 or tier whatever players you have. It's about the gap respective to other teams. If you've got, because this is Korea's a good example of this, right? So let's say in Korea, everyone is pretty well established and there's loads of good flex DPS players, right? And there's just 1 billion of them. So within the realms of Korea, having a really good flex DPS player isn't actually a difference maker. That's why we don't talk, like, you know, just fucking Alpha-Yi's going to do loads, Stalker's going to do loads, Heesang's going to do loads. So where do we see the gaps when Crazy Raccoon and Falcons play each other? We actually see it often on the support role, or on the tank role is where we see it. We don't see it in the DPS role as much at all because they're all just elite tier. But all of a sudden, you get these Korea teams, you get the Crazy Raccoon, and you suddenly have Lip playing against some of the Western hit scans, or you get Heesang playing against some of the Western flex DPS. You start to see the difference, right? You see that tier break. The tier break is important. The number next to it is only important in respect to other ones in its tier. So don't try and compare like 4 here to 4 here. I think that's irrelevant. If that makes sense. It's like it's harder to it's like, I think kind of wordy to explain, but hopefully that makes sense. Can I order the average tables team? Yes. I surely have the skill. See, I don't know how much relevance this one really has. Where was I? Data, sort range, advanced sort range, rank, sort. Okay. So yeah, okay, can I get both on screen at the same time? Can you see both of those? At least like the top X teams, right? It's pretty similar, really, isn't it? Falcons and Zeta swap position. Fnatic. Ents are dragged down a little bit, I guess, by Ghost, mostly. Falcons are dragged down, yeah, by Majid. And by Hambin as well, slightly. Oh, I'm blocking the table. There's the full average table. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's not... It's really just bigger... Like, this one, I think, is less relevant because it's just the bigger rosters that are punished, essentially, you know? I think it'll be close between Ents and M80. Yeah, I think Ents should win. Ents should be the favourites. But I think it's really close. I think as much as this M80 roster... I think this M80 roster is really good on paper. It's just not good in practice. I guess mostly because they don't practice that much. You know, it's. I actually really like the roster. Like if this was Football Manager, you know, when you see these teams in just like a fantasy team, right? And you don't have to worry about functionality or anything like this. You can just have like 3 fucking attacking mids and it's okay. The M80 roster on paper, great roster. The M80 roster in practice, no. no good, right? So I think if anything, if we talk about like these player rankings individually, I think M80 actually have pretty good players in most roles. But when it comes to a ban system and a more complicated like version of how to adapt and all of this, fuck, I think my impression is they're probably just going to wing it, and maybe it works out, but also maybe it doesn't. Yeah, I think N should win. I think it's actually, yeah, I think to be fair, I don't want to mischaracterize it, but what I've heard is M80 are scrimming a bit, just not a lot. Yeah, I don't think Chase is going. From what I understand, what's the bottom of the chart? Do you mean this? Or do you mean like this bit? This bit was just a list of the names, so I could just copy them into this to do the rankings. It doesn't have anything like it doesn't do anything. It's just like a blank list. Time for the coaches list. But there is going to be a potential massive coach gap in the thing. I don't know. The coach ranking's so hard because I can only really rank coaches I've worked with properly. Gotta add a new column. I think we will see. We talk about this more on Coachable. There's like huge potential for a coach to fuck it up, right? To like ban the wrong hero or to misread the situation. There's like a way more mind games. Well, what I'm going to do, I don't know if I'm going to start it now because it's maybe like a bit late in the day. But what I want to do as well is because if we look at, can I bring up my Twitch? Not this. Where am I going? I zoomed in. Schedule. We're getting some. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stream these days as well. And I'm also going to do a similar pattern next week, maybe even with some more streams on the weekend as well, because my fiance is away, so I have more time. And what I want to do in this time is I want to just keep previewing, because I think this is like an interesting baseline, and I'm sure there's lots of people who agree, disagree. Maybe even by this time tomorrow, I'll disagree with some of my takes. But what I want to do over this period of time is, because we're not going to get to watch any scrims. That's true. Maybe I'll get to watch a few scrims, but we as a collective won't get to watch any scrims. So, while we can have some inside information, what I want to do is look through some of the games we saw recently. I think we want to look at some of the Dallas stuff, right? Because there's a few different, because the tier list stuff I think is interesting, and I think we should like look at some POVs and see if we actually rate that or not, or any of these we want to change, etc. But I also just want to get a read. Like, I think there's a few important questions for me. Not so much about Top Dragon, but I kind of want to watch these games again versus the games after, right? Because my memory of it is Yeti, or Fnatic at the time, Yeti, just had a massive fall off within the space of a week. Was that actually true? Or is that just, you know, is that just the nature of memory? Fleeting memory, questionable accuracy, all of this. And likewise with Dallas, you know, because I think there's just some disagreement, right? Like, I think when we go through that player list, when we were talking about Toronto, everyone was telling me, yeah, Vega was the worst player ever. I don't think he played that bad. I think he played really bad in the first series, then not so bad in the second series. So there's a few of these things where I just like, I want to look at it in maybe a bit more detail, you know? How much of it was true, how much of it wasn't true. And how should that shape our expectations going into this? I come with information from Astro. Chris was banned Mercy at one point. Yeah, I think I've seen I've seen most of the SSG bans. Well, again, you'll get a better version of this conversation because obviously I've not actually had to ban any heroes this week. Since the announcement, I've not had to ban any heroes. But on the uncoachable, we have a few. We have obviously Chris, who has been scrimming with the new system, and we have our guest, who has also been actively scrimming with the new system. So I think Chris and our guest have a very interesting conversation for those of you who are very interested in the specifics of how do the bans actually work. What are some of the things you don't necessarily think of when you get a system on paper, but how does it actually translate? I should do a hero ban tier list. When does it come out? Has our producer responded, or is he a dickhead? Oh, he's not responded to me yet. I'm hoping Wednesday or Thursday. Maybe like a Wednesday Patreon, Thursday full release. Dickhead? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, he's actually is a dickhead. He is good at his job though, but he's not responded to me, so he's a dickhead. You'd like to see all the hero bans on a spreadsheet? You're right, actually, player, because... Oh, wait, I need to not leak stuff again. I need to not leak people's email. That would be like the courteous thing for me to do, I think. Not to leak people's emails. Because what we have is, we have this spreadsheet, which you might have seen before. Thank you, Gox.
Hi.
Hi. Because we have this as the map ban spreadsheet, right? But also there's going to be a hero ban spreadsheet. So there's going to be a load of useful information that I think any teams worth their salt will be keeping track of all the heroes banned by other teams on every map and trying to get a read for how they think the bans will go, what to anticipate, what to worry about, you know? So I think any team worth their salt should be doing this, and I'm also going to be doing one for the for at least all the public games. Once we're actually at the Dallas Major, I'll build something. You're an Aruba? Fuck's sake, Mapinlo. We're going to have to find a new person to enter all the data. Patch-wise, I think, because there's a patch today, right? In like a couple of hours. I think that's the patch they're going to be playing on ultimately. Three hours? Okay, yeah. Pick you, you won't do it? Great, thanks, Pad Sander. Appreciate the effort. They said there's going to be another patch, either next week or the week after. Wait, I don't actually know what the information is. Everything I get is like a little bit secondhand, you know? Yeah, they said there was going to be big changes, right? What's his name? Is it Alec Dawson? I think said on Twitter they're going to be quite brazen with this patch. You think Tank's going to be broken? They said, what was it? Winston and Reinhardt? Is that what they said? Or all tanks? All tanks are getting fucked up. All tanks? Wait, all tanks getting buffed? Ryan getting 300 HP, pin back or something it was. Making changes to all the tanks. Okay. don't know why they buff Winston. Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do. Get a load of cloudy wannabes in ranked already, do you? And get a few more if they tune up Ryan. Reinhardt barrier health and barrier regen increase. Why is Vessler so high? Lots of people have been telling me Vessler's too low. I mean, the trickiest bit of all of this was always going to be the hero pool situation. Right? I'm not going to do this because it would be insane. But I guess the real optimal way to do this, the most scientific way, would be to rank all the players on all the relevant heroes. And then take the average, do a tier list for all the relevant heroes, then take that average, factor it into their overall score, and then rank them on this. But that would take forever. Too many averages. Oh wait, are you talking about the patch? Do it? It takes no. It's you don't have a job. There's a good 2 weeks of content, so let's do it. Oh my god. But I think there's also like because while I'm happy to sit and talk about this, and I think all of these sort of debates and all of this are always super interesting. And you follow any sport, any esport, and there's always all these conversations about this. What does because what we should do is take this and go, well, what actually, after we see the Esports World Cup, what does this do to the player rankings? Does it shift it at all? Does, once we get an established meta, does this shift it at all? Surely this can be done with AI. Yeah, you presume I know how to work AI. Because that would be the way to get around it, right? But the problem is then, fuck. Not to just turn this into a fucking, maths lecture. But the problem is then, if you divide it by heroes, right? So if you take Tank, for example, and you do Winston, Ram, Sigma, Malga, etc., right? What you're also presuming is all of those heroes are of equal worth. Right? Which isn't true. Because being rank 1 at Zarya is not the same as being rank 1 at Winston. One of those is way more useful when it actually comes to performance in the series. Well, you'd only do relevant heroes, right? So, for hit scan, I wouldn't bother doing fucking Soldier or something, right? Can I make this available? Yeah, I did share the link. I should probably... Is there any of my mods around? Any loyal mods to make it a command? So this is a link to view it, so you should be able to make your own copy as well. Peace hand soldier, yeah. You're here, but you're not a mod yet? Are you next up, Pad Sander? I feel like your main prerogative is being sarcastic and aggravating me. Why have I been tagged in Haddie's Discord? I've been tagged by Haddie? Fuck off, Haddie. I'm moving Haddie down a tier for that for tagging me on Discord. I don't make the rules. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to review what I've done so far, because I think there's also a danger sometimes where if you just talk about the players in isolation of watching Overwatch, you like there's a distortion effect. There's a distortion effect. Maybe you're influenced by public opinion, or your own opinion becomes sort of more entrenched or less entrenched than maybe it should be. And you're not actually watching the fucking game. And I think we say this a lot. Well, I say it a lot on stream, I think, when we're watching stuff, but I think we've also said it on like Uncoachable and other stuff, isn't it? Sometimes you get lost in not actually watching the game. So what I want to do is actually watch the game to help to help judge this. Actually watching Overwatch. And that's what we're going to do mostly over these next few streams, is just watch some of the Overwatch we've seen so far this year and see, are we gaslighting ourselves? Should we all hate Vega as much as Goomba demands? Or has he actually played fine? You know? Yes. No. Is Kai underperforming? Or is this just not true? Is Kevster really off the boil? Or are we just judging him by unreasonable standards? Is he still actually the main man? But all of these are interesting questions, because I also think, while we have like the player ranking elements of it, there's also, I think, some really interesting questions with some of these top teams. Because I imagine if I were to ask you, or we can do it actually, everyone type who's gonna win the Esports World Cup, which team? One? Why would you type one? A lot of load. Don't type one. One is not the name of a team. The Crazy Rack Goons? Fucking hell. So, just from the eye test, it feels like it's mainly between Loaded and One for who's going to win the Esports World Cup. Which is why democracy doesn't work. But most people said Crazy Raccoon, right? But is that true? Because do you not think there was an element of like Falcons kind of actually were the better team for a lot of that final? Like they were the better team of the Malga comp, right? And then they just got unstuck by that pesky Jumbin and that pesky Hamster. And there was maybe that moment where they went fucking Malga on Gibraltar, which I think it's safe to say was a mistake. But they won the Malga maps, right? They won the Malga maps. I don't think I'm gaslighting you on that. I can fact check myself here. So, first map, they do lose, but it's an absolute dogfight, right? And there was like a bit of a Roadhog-based assist. Right? A Roadhog-based assist. New Junk City, Malga Mirror, Falcons win. Right? Gibraltar, fucking disaster for Falcons, they lose. Cool. Then, New Queen Street, they lose to fucking Bull, right? Let me check the swaps. But I think they stay on Bull the whole time, right? Yeah. Then Kings Row, they actually win, but they play in Malga against Dive. And then third map, there's fucking Ilios, and they just get fucking Dive again. And they die to the Bull. Yeah, because I think there's a real argument that the best Malga team at the Dallas Major was Team Falcons. And the reason Crazy Raccoon were able to win the final was because they won on other comps, right? Which is obviously, that's a strong thing to be able to do. That is a really useful thing to be able to do. But I think there is an element of like, imagine you're Team Falcons, right? you get the right meta read, right? You get the perfect meta read. Yeah, Mauga double flex DPS does seem to beat the Sigma more times than not. So, perfect, great. So we've got the right meta read, great. Is it a perfect meta for us because we have two of the best flex DPS players in the world? Also true, even better. Are we going to play and beat all the other teams in a Mauga mirror? Yes, great. This sounds really good so far. So then we win the tournament, right? No. No, they're gonna go ball and they're gonna go ball and they're gonna go hog and you're gonna lose. Oh, okay then. Fuck. So there's like, I think there's like the gap between Falcons and Raccoon is there, but I wonder if there's a way to work around how because you can take ball away from Jumbin one time, right? One time. One special limited time only per series, you can take ball away from Junbin. And if you can do that, maybe you could even take an Ilios off him, or a new Queen Street or something, right? The problem is he plays ball in a lot of places to a lot of success. Then he goes hog. Fuck. I'm banning hog on Oasis. Do not let this man go hog on Oasis. See, I think Crazy Raccoon are still the favourites, but I don't think it's that clear cut. You know? I'm actually a really big fan of Zeta Division, which I guess is maybe represented a little bit by the fact that I put him here. I think the problem with Zeta Division is like so much of the time they just ran shit comps. You think it's fair to say they actually had an advantage because it was so flex DPS heavy? I mean, it's true. It's true. If it is a double flex DPS meta, absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect for Team Falcons. Couldn't ask for a better one. Maybe the only thing that would make it better if it was also a Hanbin meta. You think Hero Ban will be the biggest twist ever? Yeah, I think it's gonna make everything very interesting. There's going to be so much... because the main point of hero bans, right, is to force comp diversity. To stop situations where everyone just plays Mauga, or everyone just plays Sigma, or everyone just plays whatever. Everyone just plays Dive. Everyone just plays Tracer Sombra Winston for a half a year. Something like that, for example. But it will definitely do that, I think. To be fair, I think, at least right now, we're in a relatively diverse meta anyway, in terms of Mauga, Sigma, and Winston all being available. But I think this will enforce it. This will enforce it a little bit more. So there's going to be, will be hero bans at the World Cup. Don't think it's going to be that crazy. I think there is a chance to... It depends how many ways you can go about scuffing it, right? Because let's say if we run... Should we run some... If we run some, like, examples, if you want to ban Dive away, how many ways are there to ban Dive off of a team? Thank you, Zimzif. Do you think Falcons will be better with Hero? I mean, any team with flexibility will be. Whether you have flexibility built into your roster, like Toronto and Crazy Raccoon do, or if you have some flexibility just from additional players, kind of like Falcons do in their tank lineup. So bigger rosters, in theory, do get a benefit, but I don't think there's actually too many big rosters. Are hero bans before or after roster pick? Before. Because so let's say banning Dive is way harder than banning Rush. Maybe. So, okay, so if we want to ban Rush, the key hero to target... The key hero to target is our main man, Lucio, right? If we kill Lucio, we can kill Rush. And they have to play a very different comp. Or a very different version of a comp, right? It becomes very tricky for them. But the other thing to remember is you can only ban it once per map, right? So if your first... Let's say the first map is Ilios. And you go, well, we're fucking banning Lucio. Got him. Then they're just going to pick... And maybe you win Ilios because of it. But then they're just going to pick... Just fucking... I don't know what a good example is. I don't know what the map pool is, to be fair. But like a fucking King's Row or something, right? or a Havana or a Circuit Royale, and like, we can't ban Lucio anymore, so we're just gonna play fucking Lucio. Because then you can ban BAP, right? And then you're like, does that kill Rush? Maybe. You can probably still play Kiri, though. You just play Kiri instead of BAP. Is it that bad? And then you're out of bans to target Rush, right? Because if you ban Ram, they maybe play Malga or Sigma. You know what I mean? Like, you can't really ban it, but you ban it with a tank. What if both teams want to ban Lucio? No, so if you ban a hero, so let's say I'm Team A, I get to ban first. I'm playing against fucking SSG. I'm like, that prick is not playing Lucio against me. Lucio is banned. I've also banned Lucio for myself for that map, you know? So you wouldn't be allowed to pick Lucio either. The bans are like shared between teams. The hero's just disabled in the lobby. Yeah, you're right, Yanito. There's like a like Flashpoint's the obvious one. Like if you ban Lucio on Flashpoint, you probably give yourself a huge advantage, right? Are you in the Esports World Cup Discord? No. Oh, I see what you mean, Sazat. So say like Team A wants to ban Lucio on map 1, and then Team B wants to ban Lucio on map 2. Your question is, can that happen? And the answer is yes. Yeah. So it's a little bit convoluted. So when you ban a hero, so let's say we're on map 1. We're on map 1, and Lucio is banned, right? All right, we actually need more. We're on map 1. We are Team A, and we have banned Lucio, right? Wait, can I do it? Let me do it with a clearer to see pen. I just need like a blanker background, maybe. Okay. So, map 1, Team A, Team B, right? Making sense so far? So, if I am Team A, I ban Lucio, right? Oh, wait, I mean... Lucio. So, once I ban Lucio, in map 1, nobody is allowed to play Lucio. No one can play Lucio at all. So, Team A can't play Lucio, Team B can't play Lucio. But then, once we go to map 2, and I'm Team A, and hey, I still want to ban Lucio. I'm not allowed. Not even Haddy, no. I'm not allowed to ban Lucio because I've used that one already. So, but Team B can ban Lucio again. Right? So it's, while Lucio will be no longer allowed to be banned for Team A, Team B would be allowed to ban it. Does that make sense? But then, say this happened, and then we go to map 3, nobody can ban Lucio anymore. Lucio is free. He's out of ban jail. He can't be contained anymore. It's Lucio time again. So yeah, both teams would ban a hero every map. And it expires as well. So it's like, you ban Lucio, then it's unbanned. You know what I mean? But why would Team B want to ban Lucio? So it might just be... So in some matchups, it's going to be obvious, right? In terms of like, we'll get a team like Fnatic who are like, we kind of just want to play dive everywhere. So we really want to stop you playing anti-dive comps, and we want to allow ourselves to play dive comps, right? And if you are, say, Ents playing against Fnatic, you might very much be like, well, we just want to stop them fucking diving us. If we can stop them diving us in some form, that's what we want to do. And it's very clear that both teams are going to try and do a lot of the same things throughout the ban systems, just trying to target us in different ways. But sometimes we'll get teams like Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons. What a super interesting series of bans this can be, right? Because they could be trying to sabotage. Like if I'm Crazy Raccoon, do I maybe think, oh fuck it, if we just play the ball comp, we don't need fucking Lucio. We'll take Lucio away from them or something, you know? Yeah, you can play anti-dive with Bat Brig. And obviously this is what teams are going to do, right? I think most of the time you're not going to see teams reinvent the wheel. They're going to try and play the same version of a comp with a slightly worse hero or a slight twist on it or something. They have to ban a hero. I mean, if they really didn't want to ban a hero, you could just pick something random, right? And go like, nobody's allowed to play Bastion. But I think teams will still try and target in some form, right? Just playing Bat Weaver. I mean, yeah, I think it as well. Like, if you've watched like FD God's stream or you've watched Astro's stream or any of these players who, like, are in pretty targeted roles, right? Like, I think it's fair to say we're going to see supports and tanks targeted the most and DPS targeted the least in terms of bans. That would be my expectation. But they're playing Alari, they're playing Brig, they're playing fucking Lifeweaver. They're trying to do something to prepare for this exact situation, right? Because there's very few main supports. Like, if we go back to our main support list, there are very few main supports who have the luxury of having a huge hero pool. Like, Chorong and Violet. Vega, to a lesser degree as well. Are the only ones who have it. The other thing I should say is... they're also locked by role. So if Team A bans a support on map 1, Team B can't ban support. So if you say didn't want Lucio to get banned, you could maybe do something where you go, well, we'll just ban Kiri, or we'll ban Anna or something, and then the other team can't ban a support. So banning first is way better. A lot of the time, yeah. A lot of the time, yeah. We have like because obviously I'm coming at this from just like a theoretical perspective. I think Uncoachable will probably give you a much more in-depth version of what teams are trying to think or what teams are trying to do. Because there's a million different versions of this, right? For different teams, for different situations, and all of that. So you can't. Well, you can if they don't ban a support, right? Obviously, there is like a million. There's a million versions of all of this. You know, it depends who bans first. Because if Team A bans first, they can ban Lucio. But then let's say Team A win map 1, but in map 2, Team B gets to ban first, they could ban Lucio again. In theory. Where can I read for rules? Nowhere. They're not super public yet. It's like unofficially official. Loser gets to pick who bans first. So you could choose if you want to go first or second. Which I think is the fairest way to do it, right? Because I think there is circumstances where if you let the other team ban first, you can maybe get a read of what they want to play. It wasn't actually from Chris, surprisingly enough. It's unfortunate. It's been like I don't think it's really a secret. It's just something they've been trying to work out. Because obviously this is very new, right? It's very new. So they're just trying to work out the best version of all the rules. And I think that's been relatively it's relatively been very highly debated. Is it not too much power? I don't think it's a bad thing. It should mean 3-0s are like really fucking hard, right? It should be really hard to get 3-0'd. In theory. In theory, at least, it should be really hard to get 3-0'd. Which is a good thing, right? We want close games, we want close series and all of this. But you are right, Tusk. Now, it's a lot of power. There's a lot of power on loser's pick. And again, it'll go back and forth, right? Because you get to use all that power to win the second map. Well, then they have all that power as well. Yeah. Well, also, it's one of those things where, because it is a huge advantage, it's really important you don't fuck it up, right? You don't you don't waste your ban or waste your map pick or something. Because there's also, it's like we talked about a little bit earlier. If we use Lucio as the example, there's certain maps are way more important to ban Lucio than others. I don't know how map one's going to be decided. Wait, do I? Did someone tell me? Maybe we discussed it on Uncoachable. Fuck. Why do I have dementia? I can't remember, actually. Yeah, it might just be seeding based, because presumably, I don't know, the way they've been put into these groups, I've not got it open. But the way they've been put into these groups, they've been seeded into these groups, right? So they probably just use that seeding for map pick as well, would be my guess. How's the seeding weighted? I actually don't know the answer to this, but I think it's something like this. I think it's like that. I think. Don't quote me on that. That's like my best guess at how it's gone. Don't quote me on that, but I think it was something like that. That's how the seeding done. They're using a system, yeah. Because I think essentially there was like a, I don't. You know when they do the Champions League draw and there's like tier A, tier 2, tier A, tier 2, tier A, tier B, tier C, whatever. And in each group there'll be one team from tier A, one team from tier B, one team from tier C. I think something like that has been used, but I don't know exactly. At least in terms of like if it's seeded for these. But it was. I'm pretty sure what I drew up, it's something like that. Yeah, Timeless are down as TBD. Because they are not going to be sponsored by Timeless or representing Timeless at the event. So it's to be determined who they are going to be representing. The Timeless org didn't want to associate with Esports World Cup, so they've pulled out from the support. So like TGS versus TM, I think TM would be my guess. I don't think it is Miss 2. What I've been told is it was like it was something like there was an element of like what do you call it? Somebody just like said, no wait, this is how it's gonna work, bro. Is that right? Those might be the other way around, maybe. Who wins Group B? Falcons. You think you saw a graphic like this? Oh yeah, if you have like an official source, that would be way better than me trying to guess stuff off a conversation I once had in memory. Group D is probably the group of death. I think Group D is the one that's hardest to anticipate finishing order. I think in Group in Group D, I think Fnatic and SSG are going to be the top 2 teams. But who is top and who's first and who's second is like a big... Who could it be? And then the ex-Timeless roster versus Virtus Pro, I think is really quite a close matchup, actually. How is the Timeless situation right now? So as I understand it, I mean, we tried to explain this on Coachable, but I've not super looked into it. From what I understand is Timeless are not going to sponsor them, but there's maybe a chance for someone else to come in still. Hopefully they do, right? Hopefully the team gets some support. Can Timeless play Dive? I mean, actually, ironically, they probably couldn't with Aerial, right? But with Infected now, is way more on the cards than it was before. So I think they do have the opportunity to try and dive them if they want. How many qualifiers from each? 3. Top 3 go through. So only one team is going to be eliminated from each of these groups. Who do I have winning Euros? It's probably just going to be France, isn't it? Probably just France. They'll scan their way past Spain. And then they'll just win the final. I mean, I think Spain have been the best looking team at this tournament. But they're just going to get screwed. They're going to get screwed. Who will lose first stage? I think so. In some groups, I think Loaded are going to die for sure. I think the Greatest Showman probably die as long as Twisted Minds. As long as Twisted Minds don't implode, they should be fine. Bleed die here. I really don't know about this one. I want to say Timeless or ex-Timeless die. You can't find the tweet, but there's a graphic showing the seeding. You're all correct. Yes! I don't have dementia. Everyone thought I had dementia, but it turns out I remember it all. Yeah, but Group D one's really hard, right? It's really hard. I could quite easily see Virtus Pro suffering as well. Do we know if these group games are streamed by anyone? Have a busy... Yeah, all the games are going to be streamed. All the games are going to be streamed from what I understand. Again, bear in mind, take everything I say with like an element of like... Somebody told somebody, he told me. So I don't know exactly how it all works. But I think all the group games will be streamed, but there'll be multiple streams. So like there will be a VOD of all the games, but lots of the games will be happening at the same time. So you'll have to do an element of like pick the fixture you think looks best, you know? Yeah, I can see there being at least 2, if not 3 streams for all the group games. All right. So I feel like this detour has actually given me a bit of space and time. So I want to revisit these quickly while I have a little bit of space and time. I can answer some questions first, though. Am I going to the Esports World Cup? Yes. I don't think... It's not announced anywhere yet. I think I said about it earlier on stream, and people like assumed it was official. I can tell you it's not official broadcast talent. But I will be going in some form. To be announced, hopefully, soon. But yeah, not official broadcast talent. You think Alpha Tracer is so shit? Oh, unbelievable. Will I stream the games? Hopefully. I feel like I just give it away, maybe. I'm joining SSG. Yep. I'm gonna be playing in the games. You fools. You thought. You thought I was washed up. They said I was too old. I didn't have the dexterity, the guile, the reaction times. Is it a gig that will defeat for blacklist allegations? 100% not. Please put Monk a bit higher. Finally put these monkey skills to use. I know, right? There should be a command. I can't remember. Whatever the mod set up a command for this. Because I think I'm going to tweak it slightly because we've given ourselves a little bit of space. We become Chris's assistant. No, guys, I can't. If I keep answering questions, you're just going to get it through process of elimination. So I'm gonna have to keep edging you. The water girl. I mean, it's going to be hot in Riyadh. Everyone's going to need so much water. Everyone's going to need so much water. I could actually be it's a real premium event, I think, for water boys. Wait, somebody asked me about something else, right? I feel like I skipped over a question. Hold on. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. We have ACs, by the way. Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say, because this was true when I worked for London, we were based out of Los Angeles, and I was part-time on site, part-time remote. So I'd sort of go out for like a month for a stage, and then I'd be remote for a stage, and then back and forth and all of this. And one thing that I found absolutely true is it was so, even during summer, it was way better to be in Los Angeles, because even though it was hotter in Los Angeles, obviously it wasn't the UK, Los Angeles is built for heat. Everything is air conditioned. Every house, every shop you go to, all completely air conditioned. And I very much imagine that all of Saudi Arabia will be the same, right? The event will be completely air-conned. My hotel will be air-conned. Everything will be nice and chill. And it'll actually be quite cool. It will just be those periods of time getting from place A to place B where I'm going to have to lather my fucking poor head in £1 million of sunscreen. Just to try and survive crossing from like the taxi to the event. Because I've not experienced temperatures as high as what it reportedly is in Riyadh right now. Yeah. Yeah, imagine any money I make at the event will actually be spent entirely on sunscreen. Every time you go abroad, you somehow miss the heat waves in the UK. The bit that, because we actually bought one of the portable air cons, because the bedroom in my house that me and my fiance use is for like a converted loft, and obviously heat rises. Little bit of physics knowledge for you all. Heat rises. So by the end of the day, that bedroom is a fucking sauna. It is a horrible place to try and go to sleep. So we bought a portable air conditioner, and it solved the problem. Obviously, it costs quite a bit to run because of the fucking energy prices and all of this, right? It's all a ploy by Big Sunscreen. Yeah, no one's talking about the real propaganda of Big Sunscreen. Sauna, you mean the Tracer player? Yeah. You fuck Sauna in your wife's bedroom? Odd. Yeah, odd's the right word. Alright, what was I doing? I was gonna... wait, let me go to the toilet. I need some more water. And then, because we've had a bit of a natural gap, I'm going to revisit this maybe one more time and see if there's anything I want to shift. All right, all right, all right. Ugh. What are we saying? It's still debating the heat. All right, so do I want to make any changes to this? All right. Tell me if this is going to upset the masses. So my thinking behind this is flexibility, right? Hey, shockers. Thank you. Classic lip W. The masses are distraught. Yeah, fuck. Sorry, shockers. I think as well, like, to be fair, I think almost all the hit scans on this list are actually really good. Like, even when I watch New, I fucking hit everything, didn't I? Put a shockers higher while he's here. What is blatantly panda, you think? Blatantly panda? So, the idea with this main support change is the flexible ones get a buff. But am I just overrating flexibility? Because it's only one map, right? And because also, if you play Hollywood or something against Virtus Pro, well, fuck me, I'm banning Ilari. Don't fucking let this guy play Ilari on Hollywood. You know? Like, Gala is maybe quite a targetable player with bans as well. Because obviously he can play Kiri or something, right? And Lucio's okay. What if I go one step further? Isn't this... How do people feel about this? Yeah, because, I mean, the idea is, across the series, with the bans in play, flexibility should become more useful, right? It should, in theory, give you strength throughout the series. Or it should get more important throughout the series. Yeah, I don't know if it's... Yeah, I think the real problem is just deciding people, like, because there's some people who are really easy to compare, right? Like, if I am to compare Astro and FD God, they have relatively same hero pools in terms of it's like 98% fucking Lucio. And I think Astro's a better Lucio, so therefore, really easy to apply that logic. It gets really hard when when I try to factor in the fact that, oh fuck, Gala's Ilari is actually such a fucking important tool that Virtus Pro have, right? Is that they have someone who's so good at that hero and can carry games and is really hard to stop on certain maps. But how do I factor that? How much weight should I give that, essentially, is the question. Hmm. Same way as before. Yeah. It's really hard because I'm going back and forth on it loads. I'm flip-flopping how much importance I want to give it, really. Hold on. One of my fingers come off. Badly. I'm going under the desk. Hold on. I'll fix it. Yeah, well, you're right as well, Side A. Is there's also a factor of like, say right now, for example, let's pretend there's no patch tonight. All of this, I think it's a really good meta for someone like Naga and their hero pool, and potentially not that good a meta for someone like Viper. But that could all change literally in 2 hours. So it's really hard to know how much weight to give that right now. Fnatic players are criminally low. Who would move up? Checkmate, maybe? If Farah doesn't get nerfed tonight, you're going to Blizzard headquarters to get it nerfed either way. Knife and Izayaki. Yeah, the thing is, because I think this is where maybe the way I'm looking at this list is... Actually, I think almost like... Because I put these players in tier 4, right? These hit scanners, for example. I don't think any of these players are bad players. I just think the people above them are better. You know? No? Okay. I think Tree's had some really impressive performances. I mean, there might be some recency bias, right? Because, like, the last time I would have seen Knife is a very long time ago. In reality, like, when did fucking stage 1 finish for Korea? Like, March, maybe? You know, so... And to be fair, I think I've only seen Knife play Sojourn as well. Maybe someone could correct me if I'm spreading misinformation, but I feel like I've only seen him play Sojourn as well. And Sojourn typically is a hit scan that, at least like in terms of playstyle, matches a little bit more with more of the classic flex DPS heroes compared to like a Cass or something, right? Because I also feel a lot of the Fnatic. This might be what we watch tomorrow. We try and prove or disprove the Fnatic bubble. His Widow was good as well. Do I know why KSA left the team mid-tournament? Not really, as in, I presume what you're hoping for is some kind of level of juice. I know there was an internal disagreement in the team, and KSA left. Just got back. Why is Garland at high? I think he's got, in the same way I've given certain players, like Landon's quite high, because he has that ability to be the best in his role on a hero. I think Gala has that, right? Gala in Alari has this sort of X factor that other players don't have, right? Like I look at like Admiral, FD Gold, Rack, Bliss. None of them have a hero where they can be like, oh, we can actually carry a series for our team. Is Gala better than Majid? I don't know. They're kind of like they play very different roles now. I think one thing that's true with like Majid's position on this list is I think Majid is a better player. Like I would still wager, and there's probably a real chance that Majid is the best flex support in EMEA. But based on recent performances, he's just looked okay. Nothing particularly special, nothing particularly bad. I think as like an Ilari specialist or a second flex support specialist, I don't think he's actually looked like he's had like a high impact. Like I think Gala's looked better in that role for their respective teams. You think Magic is better than Landon? Landon's American. Sorry, I meant like as a I'd still pick Landon over Magic, but I meant as like an actual EMEA, as in nationality. You know, like if you were to ask me to construct like an EMEA super team, it probably is Magic I'm putting in it, you know? So I think Magic, but in terms of like is Magic a better player than maybe he is here, you know? Probably. But when I think about the Esports World Cup, do I expect Magic to have a big impact? No. You know? Yeah. What would be my ultimate? Like, if it was just EMEA players, I mean, it probably is just Big Haddy. I actually would pick Psycho right now. Maybe that would be, like, blasphemous to some people. It's probably Spark. There's maybe an argument it might be Quartz as well, actually. But at least current form. Then is it Majid? Yeah. And then it probably is Astro, actually, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. I was like, it won't just be SSG plus this. I mean, Kev is the obvious alternative here as well, right? Like Kevin Quartz, I think you can make an argument that that's like a that's an upgrade. The problem is with SSG as well. One, of course, I am 100% biased as well, right? But the way SSG play is obviously overlaps heavily with the way London play. But what that also means is I think certain players are integral to that type of role, you know? So if you want to use the extreme example, right? Obviously, Kevza can do a lot of things that Backbone can't do. But Backbone can do a lot of things that Kevza can't do. You know? Pick a second tank? I mean, I think I'd pick like, would it just be Vestala? Maybe KSA, actually. Maybe it's KSA. Yeah. I think Vestala's better at Sigma, but I think KSA's better at Ram and Malga. You think Chio should be tier 1? Why Jumbin over Smurf? They play the same. Yeah, I think they're both high on flexibility, but I think Jumbin's played better on all of the roles. I think he's had a better Winston. I think he's had a better Malga. I guess those are probably the two most relevant ones. But yeah, I think Smurf's been like a bit of a weak link is too strong a word, but he's yeah, he's a weaker link on Falcons. Chio's a bad brig. I mean, I think he's like Chio's Chio's had a fall off, I think, since the Atlanta Heights. I don't think he's looked quite the same level. A tier difference? I actually, like, honestly, like the jumping over Smurf one, I'm really convinced by. Really convinced by. I think Smurf has been like, yeah. If I look at who gets gapped in these Falcons Crazy Raccoons games, it's Smurf. It's Smurf a lot of the time. Yeah, Rack's going to fill in for Massa, is the word on the street. Yeah, I think Rack's a good choice. I think Rack's had like a pretty solid season. Like I kind of said this before at times as well, but like when I put some of these players in like tier 4 or whatever, you know, you might look at this and go like, I guess they should fucking kill themselves then. They're pretty shit. That's not what I'm saying at all. And I think tier 4, because bear in mind, this is the top teams in the fucking world, right? Tier 4 in this list of the best players can get you top 3 in your region. Like, they're all pretty good. So I think Rax had a really good season. FD Gods had like a really good season. But the players, I think they're better. I think they're better above them, you know? Can't play Hambin Malga because he only knows King's Row. Yeah. Exactly, Turlands. That's my advice. That's my honest advice. Yeah, I mean, some of it as well. Like, I think Rack's a fine choice, but I don't think there's any other obvious choice that's gonna miss here, Brent. Maybe Angel Bia? Nah. Big Toronto Ultra fan, not gonna lie. Fuck. You think Quartz worth a better team? I mean, they were a better team a few months ago. Is there any others I want to change? I kind of want to move Hambin up, but it's not actually based on anything, you know? It's just I know he can be, you know? I just know he can be. I have a really hard time balancing how well I think they'll do. Like, I think Quartz, I have this problem with Quartz. I have this problem with, like, Hambin as well, right? I kind of almost want to put him up. Vibe space motion? Yeah. Hambin up because it's fucking Hambin? Exactly. I think what also happens as well with some of these things, because it's obviously, you guys have maybe noticed that sometimes I might lean more towards some of the SSG players than others. But also, I think that's just natural when you work with players a lot. You know, in like, if you've watched a lot of interviews with, say, ex-football players, right? And they ask ex-football players often questions like, what was it like to, you're fucking training with Paul Gascoigne, or you're training with Paul Scholes or whoever, like, what was it like? Or Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi is like, if you think some of the stuff he does in matches is crazy, you should see some of the shit he does in training. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable, you know? You wouldn't even believe for half of it. I think there's an element of that a little bit in Overwatch as well, where like when I watch like some of these SSG players, I've watched 2 full years of scrims. Like triple block days could most, especially season 5, a good chunk of it. So I think that's where like, and I agree it is biased. I'm not trying to say it's valid, but I think that's where like, that's where a lot of it comes from, where I sort of see like, I've seen the, whatever you call it, I've seen the peak, you know? I need to rewatch Zeta. Yeah, so should we make a plan for tomorrow, right? Because I guess the important thing to know is what's like if we've got a bunch of days to research the esports World Cup teams, right? And try and set our stock out in terms of exactly how exactly how we should rank all these teams. There's probably like what are the important questions to answer, right? I think one of the questions that people always have is like, are Fnatic the real deal, right? Because this is one of my big skepticisms. Are Fnatic the real deal? How good were Zeta Division, right? Because I feel like actually a lot of my praise for Zeta Division is way more vibe-based than tangible-based, right? And every time I think, weren't they fucking shit in this series? I always cope my way around it by going, yeah, but they played Batbrig Zarya, it doesn't fucking count. So how much of that, are Zeta Division the real deal? Because I'd probably go as far as putting Zeta Division S tier, like alongside Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, but maybe that's a hot take. Rewatch the APAC finals? Yeah, so I guess some of the other question is like Toronto at LAN, right? How bad were they? Were they actually as bad as people say? If they never played good comps, maybe they're just arse. Maybe they were prepared for hero bans. They're on Zarya Bat Brig because they thought Lucio was banned. They were just a little bit early. You gotta keep in mind they have Changoon while it's an odd number season, even number year. Fuck. When the stars align, eh? Jesus. What else is... Maybe some of this, like, Crazy Raccoons versus Falcons, like... How much of it felt like a true team gap? Or how much of it did Falcons just shit the bed? You know, like, the Gibraltar does feel like a shit the bed kind of moment, doesn't it? Does feel like a really shit the bed type of moment. And obviously there's lots of questions about LGD. But I don't think there's a way to answer those questions. Yeah, and there's the new patch as well. Shit in bed. Well, it's just like I'm thinking mainly about the Gibraltar when they went Malga on attack versus dive. You know, so it's like it's not like a player. It's not like a player skill issue. It's a brain issue. It's like a big level decision issue. Rather than like an actual, oh, we can't compete, etc. If Cass gets a big nerf today, would it help put Falcons above Crazy Raccoon? I mean, I think to Falcons' credit, I think they just won the Malga. They were the better Malga team. The problem Crazy Raccoon have is the problem Falcons have with Crazy Raccoon is they need to be able to deal with the non-brawl matchups, essentially. Like, what happens when we have to go to a map where they can play fucking ball? Fuck. You know, how do we deal with that? Because that's where they ultimately lost in these series. Yeah, I think patch note in like a couple of hours or so. But yeah, so what do we want to watch tomorrow then? Do we want to go into a Fnatic deep dive? And find out, where is it? Where have I put it? Not this one. Find out what happened between the dizzying heights of the seeding decider matches and the terrible lows of playoffs. And the even lower lows of the Asia LAN afterwards. Can we watch Peep Show Season 4 instead of Overwatch? I mean, I'm not sure if do they cover many of the Esports World Cup teams in season 4 of Peep Show. We want Peep Show. Fuck. It's actually the main plot. Oh, okay. I can call it Pep Show to make it about Esports World Cup. Maybe. Maybe. Well, you know what actually is another good question while we're on. It's like the... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. So yeah, we want the Fnatic one. We want to maybe rewatch these series as well a bit. We want to rewatch the Toronto ones. We want to rewatch Zeta Division. And maybe some of the EMEA stuff, just in terms of like how good Peps really were. Maybe that one's not as relevant. I don't know if that just becomes like more of a meta thing than anything else. Watch TGS. We watched the grand final where they qualified. The OCE grand finals, the best of 7. We watched that, and they absolutely smashed Timeless Australia. And what legendary bow did I lose my mighty hair? 1066. Who knows, Oceanic might be Korean level, but no one is watching to make sure. Should we just double check? Double check. Watch that one leaked scrim again. I mean, the problem is with LGD, that leaked scrim is also just after they started again, right? So I don't think it doesn't feel like it's going to be an accurate measure at all. Punk is the best Malga, no? Oh, I'd put like a 10er on. Punk's not played a Malga yet. Did he even play it in the series? Did he not just play Sigma the entire time? Now I'm testing your knowledge. Did you watch that grand final? Because I watched it and I don't think Punk played Malga, but I could be wrong. Is there a single VOD of LGD playing that isn't that one scrim leak? No. No is the answer to that. You watched it, but you don't remember any of it? He's not unlocked it yet? Yeah, unfortunately, isn't Punk on holiday right now as well? Like until he's just on holiday until the tournament. So I don't know how many Malga reps he's gonna get in. All right, one more. Let me give it a once over. Now do every player's best hero and rank him. We did talk about that potentially being a more scientific way to do this, but also, fuck that. Fuck that. Well, that's why we're going to watch some of the games, Wilder. That'll give us something to do that's actually productive and constructive in helping forming some ideas for narratives going into the Esports World Cup. The proper review of top hit scan? Yeah, I'm actually... some of these things I'm really like... because there's a few of these where, like, if you... Like, this part of the main support, I I'm not convinced by what I've got here. You know, it doesn't quite feel locked in. I think there's, again, a lot of the middle bits don't quite feel quite right for me. Like, you know. But there's some bits I'm actually really dogged on. Like, proper being an A tier hit scan, I think, yeah, 100%. 100%. Hero tier list, watch some bronze cheaters. You know what I thought would be fun? Do you think if I just type in a series of letters and numbers, we can just play like VOD review roulette? Like we just type it, we go into the replay viewer, we type in a series of numbers and letters until we get a replay, and then we check it out. I actually have no idea if it'll work or if it's really hard. Go on our university and find the bronzest of posts. I don't think I've ever really been on our university. How good can I make a random team in 2 weeks coaching? That sounds like that sounds like a very dedicated time, you know? I wanna keep myself relatively fresh for the big event. You tried it once and couldn't get one? Yeah. That's my worry, is that it just wouldn't actually work because the codes are always resetting and stuff. Backbone same level as Checkmate? Yeah, in terms of like impact, yeah. Just join, can I start it from the beginning? Yeah, no problem. Let me let me just control Z all of these changes. How much would Izzyaki go back up if he went into form? So I actually think Izyaki's not just out of form, I think he might just be kind of washed. Because I thought he didn't have a very good season 6. Obviously, he had a pretty fucking atrocious 2024 with Rock Esports. He found out I'm watching this code. Not right now. I need to go make dinner soon. You bet if I read it in his tier list, it'll be completely different next time. Yeah, well, this is like a first draft. And then over the next couple, like, few days, and maybe a bit next week as well, we're going to watch a load of games. And then we'll sort of tweak this as we go along. Yeah, like, I think there's some bits I'm certain on, right? But, like, the extremities I'm relatively, like, certain on. Like, I don't see any of this changing. Maybe even you can make the same for, like, I don't think any of these players in, like, tier 2 or above are really going down. But the middle ones, because also this changes with patch, right? Because what I'm trying to do right now is keep it relatively general. You know, in theory, the fact that Backbone is good at May is as valuable as Spectra being good at Echo, right? It might turn out that's not true at all, and that both Echo and fucking May are useless. So then they drop right down the rankings, you know. Are you gonna rewatch the Rock games? No. I mean, Checkmate's really hard because with Izzyaki, I was already sort of convinced a little bit that he was falling off from season 6. So then that he's sort of continued to fall off and maybe didn't scrim very much for portions of this year as well. You know, I can really see it. Him not being like the strongest performer. With Checkmate, though, it's hard, because Checkmate literally won the Overwatch League. He's literally won the Overwatch League, then spent 2 months doing absolutely shit on Symmetra in Saudi Arabia. How good is he now? Fuck it. How am I bet? Which one's true, you know? So there's probably a real chance Checkmate is... Oh. I've actually maybe convinced myself. I've actually convinced myself while I've been saying that. Maybe Checkmate goes up a tier based on legacy. Maybe Izzyaki. Maybe I'm too harsh on Izzyaki. And Izzyaki escapes this tier as well. Did you hear the rumor that Rock have signed Loaded? Would it even be allowed since the Esports World Cup period is past? I think the esport. From what I understand, the partnered club teams are able to still sign teams past the deadline, but those teams won't necessarily count towards any potential club points. Right? They don't qualify for the stipend, they don't get to get any of the club points. So they could still just sign them for the sake of having a team. There's nothing stopping them doing that. And obviously, if you're signing Loaded anyway, you're not going to get any club points. Because what is it? Is it only top 8 get club points? Yeah, top 8 get club points. I mean, Loaded aren't getting close to this. So if they do it, they might just do it for shits and giggles. Why not? So it's not impossible someone like Loaded or whatever still get one. Doesn't some of the money Loaded get goes to Rock? I mean, it depends on what the agreement is, you know. Falcon will get the 7 milli. Yeah, because they won. Is it Call of Duty they won? They won Call of Duty. I don't know how they did in... What else is finished for Dota? But they won the Call of Duty. I saw they were like top early on because they won that. But then obviously, what do you call them? T1 won the league. Has the Dota finished or is it still going on? Yeah, it started like, I guess the start of last week, give or take. They might win the Rocket League, Street Fighter, and Overwatch. Yeah, I mean, the one thing that's true for Falcons and Overwatch is they should place decently at least, right? Even if they don't literally win it. When's it start? You mean the Overwatch portion, Trashmate? The Overwatch portion is the 24th. As in first games on the 24th. But the whole event has started already. Oh yeah, somebody asked, oh yeah, Captain Ravage, why is VJ Kong so hyped up? I think he's still good. Like, he's a bit of an inter. I think he's had a bad year. I think this is true. But I also think there's just not a huge amount of quality going on in main support. So he actually still gets to be quite high, even if I think there's issues. I think he's got better flexibility than a lot of Lucios or a lot of the players in Tier 4. Yeah, in main support, I've kind of actually given a lot of credence to a load of credence to flexibility. So I don't know if, which I kind of have in tank as well. I think it is like important, you know, and that's why players like Smurf and something, and even Haddy like higher than people like Vess. How do you react if I display my face at the Esports World Cup? I don't think I'm quite of the stature for it, honestly. Credence is a word. I've used it twice today. I'm on a roll now in terms of credence. There should be a double tier break after Violet. Now that I can actually maybe get behind is that there's actually like a larger gap here. You know what I think this gap is? This is like a liability gap. Like everyone below here, quite often liability. Once you get these top 4, the big 4 as they're called, the big 4, I think there's actually very limited liability. They're all pretty consistent, pretty mistake adverse, and all reasonably flexible. Maybe like Chio and maybe Violet and Chirong are actually still, to be honest, on a different level of flexibility to Chio and Astray. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing actually, Captain Ravage. That but yeah, it depends how much we want to weigh up, how much we want to weigh in the flexibility, right? Because if you say, wow, maybe Astro's only S tier on Lucio, right? Okay, so we can't play it for one map. I mean, it's a problem, right? It's something that won't apply to Chirong or Violet. But it's one map out of 5. You can work around that. Any scrims soon? Not that will be public, no. Obviously, there's going to be a series of boot camps starting next week for a lot of the teams. So we might hear some whisperings of scrim bucks and all of that. How do the hero bans work? So it's 1 ban per team. The bans are global, so they affect both teams. You can only ban 1 hero from each role per map. So if Team A bans support, Team B can't ban support. So... And then they don't carry over. As a team, you can't reban heroes. But the other team can ban the heroes you've banned if they want to. So if you ban Lucio map 1, you then can't ban Lucio for the rest of the series. But the other team could still ban Lucio. Are rosters locked before or after bans? After bans. I'm not going to I am going to Saudi Arabia. But it's not officially announced yet. It's not for the broadcast, it's for something else, and I'll hopefully be able to share details soon. 1 ban per map. 1 ban per map, yeah. What are you doing there? Just vibing, Musket. Just hanging out. I'm the timeless tank. Yep. Smuggling firearms. Yep. Alright. Is it dinner time? Wait, do I want to make any more changes? Who's this week's guest? An esports World Cup coach. No, we need to watch Overwatch. I mean, you are right, Pad Sander. You are right. You got Rush on? No, I don't think Rush has... I don't think Rush speaks English that well. Which would be an issue. Alright. No one to please. He's gonna be there. Uber? Nope. Nope. A coach at the Esports World Cup. Come on, that narrows it down to 16 teams, right? Narrows it down. Are we going to stop rotating guesses? It's just Crimzo again. You've got it. It's just Crimzo again. Someone said we're trying to get Krusty. Yeah, Krusty has said he'll do it. It's just a logistics thing, you know? Krusty has said he's okay to come on. It's just finding the time. Yeah, time zones. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's actually really inconvenient to have a European and an Australian and then add in a 4th time zone as well. Do it at Saudi? We might. Can I be the guest next week? I just hit Silver 3 for the first time on tank, Reinhardt player, and I play a lot of Mercy too. We'll keep it on the cards. Never say no. Shouldn't it be fine since it's similar to Hunter? Yeah, Yeah. I mean, in theory, yeah. In theory, it shouldn't be that hard, but also as someone who has organized 25 episodes of Uncoachable, it's always a fucking issue. It's always a hassle trying to find a time between everyone's fucking scrims and everyone's real life schedule to sit down for fucking 3 to 4 hours to talk about Overwatch. But I mean, we will get him on. I'm confident we'll get him on sooner rather than later. So it probably won't be before the Esports World Cup, but afterwards, I don't know, I'm pretty confident. We're not time zone dictators. We normally find a time that's pretty reasonable for all of us. So it's like, I think we recorded one last night, and it was a 10 p.m. or a 10:30 start for me and Chris, and an 8 a.m. start for Unter, which is not that unreasonable. How much do Uncoachable episodes get down? Don't understand my question. Korean Uncoachable got in pretty quickly. Yeah. I'm sure you listen to it every week. Why can't we buy a studio? Because we need some more support on the Patreon. We get enough Patreon support, we can get a studio. How much do Uncoachable episodes get? I'll get cut down? Not at all. No. I think we've maybe cut one thing out ever. Like, we cut toilet breaks out and stuff, right? Like, if someone goes to the toilet, we cut that out. But in terms of, like, actual stuff, very little. Yeah, we do, like, some bleeping as well. Because if and it's always fucking Chris, right? But if anyone says the word, we found out why we were getting demonetized. Is because Chris says the word cunt. Every time Chris says the word cunt, it costs us like 80% of our revenue. And every time it was Chris. Nobody else said the word cunt. But it was fucking Chris saying cunt all the time. I mean, so the reason we only found this out recently is the way YouTube works is when you upload your video, you have to submit a certificate for it, right? Which you sort of say whether it contains like swear words or any of this, blah 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 blah. And if you hit certain qualifications for stuff that they think aren't suitable to advertisers, then they will. There's two versions. They either completely demonetize your video, so you get 0, or you get limited ad revenue, where basically only certain advertisers are willing to advertise on your video. So the way that used to work is you would just get told you've been given limited ad revenue, and you can appeal that, but you don't get to appeal it. You just get to press a button, and someone says they'll review it manually. But they don't tell you which bit, right? They don't tell you which bit of the video has been the issue. So you can imagine if someone says, yeah, there's actually an issue with this video, so we can't fully monetize it. What would be really great is if they could give me a fucking clue in the 3.5-hour video where the problem might be. just a clue. But recently, they've updated it, and now they give you the timestamps. So I went back on all the old Uncoachables that had been limited on monetization to see what's the problem. And every single clip without fail was Chris saying cunt. Fuck me. If we knew it was that, we'd just bleep it every time. God damn it. Where's the Manscaped partnership? Replace Chris with Crimzo? I mean, we'll just bleep it. We'll just bleep the word, it's fine. Yeah, you think all the stuff... Because as well, what would happen quite often is... after you get limited for monetization a few times, what basically happens is you get put on the naughty list. And once you're on the naughty list, they don't believe what your certification anymore. They get the AI to do it. If you're in the good books, they will trust your word. If you're in the bad books, like we were, they don't trust your word. They get the AI to do it. And then you can request a real person does it afterwards. So we'd have to request every single week, hey pal, can somebody at YouTube please watch Uncoachable and tell us if it's okay for monetization? And to be fair, most of the time they would let it through. And it was honestly, it was actually only all the things we've said are absolutely fine, suitable for all advertisers. The only problem it ever had was the word cunt. It was literally that simple. They were like, these Hitler comparisons? Perfect, not a problem with those. Wait, what did he say? The C word? It's over. Take the money away from these people. But we've figured it out now. Have you tried telling Chris? Yeah, but you got to bear in mind, we found this out at episode 22 after YouTube updated it. So we've already lost this. The previous money's just gone. Like, for perspective as well, if we get a limited monetization video, we make 75% less than we normally would. Like, approximately. It's very significant. To be fair, I don't think they have to watch the entire video. I think they probably get, like, timestamps from the AI for, like, which bits are, like, the bits that have been flagged to double check. Yeah, but unfortunately, it's just a no-go. Just a no-go. You split money between the hosts? Yeah. Yeah, it's all shared. We are a collective. Have you considered not paying Chris? Yeah. Yeah, cross my mind, cross my mind. Cut out Chris and increase your share. If you can split it unevenly. I mean, at the start, when I did the video production as well, I got a larger share. Because obviously it was more time commitment. But since our producer has very kindly offered to do it, it's now just an even split. So we share the scraps between us. We're not quite on studio money yet, though. We'll get to studio money, I'm sure. Do you pay your producer? Not at the moment, no. It's under discussion. Obviously, I don't think it's fair to discuss it publicly. Criminal? Yeah, well, it's like I said, it's under discussion. Because it's complicated. Because not to give you the TLDR is obviously if we start paying, the idea is we'd be able to ask for more demands. But the podcast isn't profitable enough to actually pay a real wage. So, for example, what we would like to do is... No, I'm happy to discuss it publicly, but the problem we have is the amount we could afford to pay wouldn't cover the day rate. So because it doesn't cover the day rate, they can't stop taking other work to produce our podcast. If you see, they can't turn down other work for us because we can't afford the day rate. So it becomes like this weird thing of like... So we can't actually gain... We don't actually gain anything. I've only talked with sponsors. No, I mean, I think that's the next step. Because I think you can get sponsors for a lot of scales. We'd probably just hit the usual candidates, right? Like Manscaped, or what's the other one they always do? Like some of the VPN stuff, maybe. Something like that. Ridge Wallet. Get sponsored by Platchat. Yeah, I think we probably can't. I don't know. I guess we could have a gambling sponsor, I think. But I don't think we'd be able to recommend bets because Chris and Until work for the teams. So it would be a breach of their contract. But I don't know if I don't think that necessarily stops us having it for the podcast. But like, I don't know if anyone follows like Foreign or something. But where like they'll have a partnership with a betting company or something, and then they'll post like tips as part of their sponsorship or something. But we wouldn't be able to do that. At least like maybe I could. I think maybe it might. Can I? Probably not. Probably not actually. Maybe Overwatch can sponsor me. Just take all the money from it. All right. So we've got our tier list. We've got our plan for tomorrow. Chris would be like the Ivan Toney. But yeah, so we got our tier list. At least our first draft. And then tomorrow, we're going to start at the same time. So about 1 p.m. British time. We're going to look through some of the old games. And we want to... I think the main focus for tomorrow will be this. Our Fnatic for real deal. How high was their peak? And then what happened to that peak? Is it enough to beat SSG? Is Viper worth all the hype, right? Because I feel like a lot of people were maybe higher on Viper than I was, right? People will think he's like a real up there talent. I don't know if I'm as convinced. Stay an extra hour? No. I mean, reading the patch notes won't... We need to wait until it plays out anyway. How did Checkmate move up? I talked myself into it. Mainly just because even though he's obviously had a horrendous year, it's San Francisco shock theory. Do you remember when got kicked off a San Francisco shock? And then Jumbin looked rubbish. And then there was a better team, a better environment, and everything turned around. So I think Checkmate will bring it back. How is Lengster so low down? I think he's just like good at Brig. Thank you, Askaz.
Finally Oddle to catch a stream, the ending of one.
Yeah. Here, just in time for me to end it. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, I think Lengths is good. I think I've said this a few times now, but like, just because you're tier 4, it doesn't actually mean you're a bad player. Like, these are the best teams in the world, right? You have to be quite far up. And I mean, I still don't like. If you ask me which bits I don't like, let me get a yellow pen. Like this bit, I'm not really sure about. This section, maybe even all, like this kind of middle section. Flex support I feel better about. Maybe tank I feel better about. But no, I feel like these are the ones most likely to change after like rewatch and more time. But yeah, we'll cross that bridge. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. been above London. Oh, they're not ordered within tiers. It's just like they're just like the order they came in, you know, rather than like specific. What's the expression? Tiers aren't ranked. Order them within tiers. We've got time. We actually don't. We actually don't, because I'm going to be on my way and we're going to make dinner. Then I'm going to watch for football, which seems like a reasonable thing to do. So we need someone to raid. Anyone good streaming? One of the SSG people. Raid some Japanese guy. Rosemary dinner. No, I'm having I think I'm having venison burgers for dinner. Raid Infected. Is he streaming? Do I not follow Infected on Twitch? It might be true. You think Finn knows me? Probably not. Infected streaming on a school day. Raid North Lion. Who's the finest Boston? I don't know why we're overthinking it. It's just going to be one of the SSG people. The problem is 3 of them are streaming.
If you need belief.
Oh. Who did you say? Backbone, Hattie, or Astro? People are so infected pilled, but I'm gonna overrule the public vote and send you to backers. But thank you very much, everyone. We'll be back tomorrow. Same start time, same kind of vibe. And we'll maybe try and figure some things out. Alright? Alright? But thank you, everyone. I do appreciate it. I know it's been a while since I streamed, so I'm appreciative that everyone's still here and kicking. And I'll see you all tomorrow.